Hello and welcome back to Frogboy X1 Gaming. I'm Andrew, and today we're going to be talking about. Actually, let me. I was like, man, maybe I'll just leave the 5070 off, but I want it on just in case. I just got back from the store. Oh, yeah, let me just get this thing set up so that we're all on the same page. Gotta edit this. I don't really go live a lot anymore, so like getting in here and setting everything up, man, is just crazy. I'll turn on the monetizing thing. Hopefully it will do me some good. So guys, I called you here tonight because AMD has officially taken off the announcements for the 9070 XT, and it looks like a lot of the leaks were actually real. They came out and they showed us what the basically what the 9070 XT is all about, what it's going to do, the different variants of it. Obviously there will be a variant, from board partners that will be able to push it a little bit harder with the 340 watt power, which the base model is going to be 304. And then I look at the 9070 XT, and to me the settings, the specs, everything just kind of screams well-rounded GPU, mid-range, 1440p, entry-level 4K, 16 gigs of VRAM, obviously running GDDR6. I'll be the first to admit that I've had a 5070 Ti for a little while now, and I don't really think the super faster memory does anything at all. Like, it literally is useless. It doesn't really have an effect whatsoever. So in that sense, it's just like, okay, well, what the freak, man? They make a big deal out of this, GDDR6X and like these faster speeds and stuff. But then if you're restricting your cards with like a lower bus, and they're like, well, but it's faster memory. I don't know, man. I'm kind of interested. Like, I cannot wait to see this 9070 XT. And if what AMD is showing us, with it being pretty much on par with a 5070 Ti, like that there should tell you everything you really need to know. I better make sure there's no what is up, Winzard. So when I look at that, when I look at what AMD showed us today, to me it always feels the one thing I can say about AMD when they come out and they do their presentation, they come out and they're like, look, this is what we got to present, and then they show it off. But then, when you go back and you look at it's a shame the regular 9070 is only $50 less. Well, here's the thing with that. The regular 9070 is going to be $550. And it's probably going to sell pretty well for $550 because the 9070 XT is going to start at $599 and go up from there. So that card is going to start at $600 and it is going to go higher. So you can expect to pay more for a 9070 XT, but you can pretty much guarantee that you'll get a 9070 for around $550. So I know it seems like it's too expensive, but when you start seeing the board, the AIBs, now Power Cooler and XFX have both committed to bringing out MSRP 9070 XTs at $599. They have both committed to that. So they're going to be their basic stock entry level cards, but they will be available. And I'm pretty sure they're going to have them at a decent price. And I don't think that Power Cooler, I think that you might get Sapphire out there. I think they're probably making the most expensive card. Maybe the Power Cooler, their Red Devil or whatever might be a little bit more expensive too. But I feel like you're gonna have a better time getting a decent priced freaking AMD card. If they do an XTX, they might. I don't think so though. Not right off, but maybe. They are letting board partners go up to 340 watts with that though. Yeah, they are like $50 more, but this is a different time we live in now. Nvidia made sure of that. Nvidia made sure that the mid-range GPU business is $1,000 now. It's great, but a lot of YouTubers like Hardware Unboxed are still unsatisfied. I don't care what dude, that dude Steve, bro, is so damn arrogant. And I told him straight to his face. He even blocked me on Twitter. He's like, I'm not gonna listen to you. I'm not gonna take your shit because I'm better than you. I'm like, dude, what are you? Nobody, bro. You're nobody. If you weren't getting free cards, man, like shit. I could literally probably stop doing my job and do what he does, getting free cards all the time, and probably be able to do just as good a job as he does. And hire a whole bunch of people to help me like set everything up and then sell off all those 5090s, all 7 of those after I'm done. Yeah, dude, like when I hear how does it make a difference, Aaron? It hasn't made a difference. It hasn't made a damn difference to anything I've played yet. Nothing. My 7900 XTX is still blowing the freaking doors right off it. It hasn't made a difference at all in anything. Like it's still a stuttery mess. I'm playing Monster Hunter Wilds on the Nvidia card, and it is literally a stuttery freaking mess, bro. Like it feels like absolute trash on my Nvidia card. It feels just fine on my AMD card, bro. I don't know. I don't get it, man. It's like Nvidia bros would just as soon tell you every game is trash than actually admit that their card is not as good as they make it out to be. I play every game. I play every game almost. I literally play so many damn games, and I have Nvidia and I have AMD. So I get to play those games on the best place to play them, and that is normally AMD. While I look over at X and all the Nvidia bros are like, this game is so trash. This game is so unoptimized trash. And I'm like, yes, throw them away. Yes, outside too. They did not get eaten. Whoo. I swear, man. It's like, why can't the Nvidia guys just admit that, like, hey, maybe the AMD experience might actually be better on some games? Why do they always go straight for the developers to tell you that every game is trash? Tell you that every game is trash when it's like, no, dude, it's just your card, bro. Like my 5070 Ti, brand new 5070 Ti, that's literally got less than 5 hours of gaming on it, is stuttering like a mess on Monster Hunter Wilds. Dude, I'm pushing over 300 frames a second with the same settings on a 7900 XTX using frame generation and then enabling AMD's fluid motion frames on top of that. Same settings, same monitor, 3440 by 1440p, and it absolutely feels smooth. Incredible. I put it in on the Nvidia side and it's just a stuttering mess and it's only running at like 200 freaking watts or whatever. I'm like, what the freak is going on, man? Hey, what's up, Met Prism? Yeah, I've already checked my missing ROPs. I have all my missing ROPs. I have all 96 ROPs. Multi-frame generation it's not terrible on the games that it's actually freaking put in there. It feels pretty decent on. See, that's the thing. It feels really good on Cyberpunk, and there are some games on the 5070 Ti that absolutely feel incredible. But the games that I like to play, like open world games, they're usually always better on AMD. Like literally always better on AMD. I mean, what freaking what value is it to me to lie to you about how my games play? Seriously, like most of the games I like don't even have ray tracing. Seriously, like I get on most of my open world games, my Ubisoft games. I mean, the Ubisoft games are starting to bring ray tracing, so it will be kind of interesting to see how the 9070 XT and 5070 Ti are gonna perform next to each other. But it really does me no good to sit and lie to anybody. I play a lot of games. I literally play a lot of games. And I would rather games get the absolute praise they deserve instead of a bunch of people that bought a defective or that bought an inferior experience with an Nvidia GPU running around telling everybody that the developers screwed them over or made a bad game or the game is trash, when it runs just fine on an AMD card and it runs just fine on a PlayStation 5 and it runs just fine on an Xbox. The only place it doesn't run well is on an Nvidia GPU. Like, that's weird, man. I don't understand why people don't see that. I mean, it's crazy to me. You're gonna try to get an XT at launch, hopefully. You should be able to get, like, okay, man. If you buy power coolers, I think it's the Reaper model, and then XFX's Swift models. Those should be MSRP $600, but then their other models are gonna go up in price after that. But those two are committed to MSRP models, from what I hear. I think the other brands are going to be Sapphire. You already know Sapphire is going to have a $700 version and a $900 version. Compare RTX 5070 to RX 9070 XT. It will be a better comparison. Why would you even say that? See, why do you even come here and like make stupid comments like that, bro? Clearly, it's on par with a 5070 Ti. It's literally, yeah, dude, I don't know. Why would anybody compare it to a 5070? I love it when these little freaking Hardware and Box fanboys come by and they're like, "Oh gosh, yeah, I listened to Hardware and Box and he told me that if AMD sells it for 550, that AMD's going to be dead." Dude, that guy's so arrogant, bro. I don't even know why people still watch him. I don't actually wonder why people still watch me. Oh, dude. After the way he talked to me on freaking X, bro, I'm like, all right, dude, whatever. You really think you really think that you're that important, man? That AMD, $1 billion company, is gonna bend the knee to a $1 million YouTube channel, bro? Exactly. The 5070 is like a 4070. You just like AMD no matter what. No, not necessarily. I mean, like, I like AMD, but honestly, Guillermo, is it Guillermo? Guillermo? Who else is gonna set the record straight for AMD? Who else? Think about it. Get over there on X or anywhere else, Steam reviews, everything, and you always hear the Nvidia guys talking about how shitty new games run. When I play so many freaking games that it's not even funny, dude, and I don't have these same issues that these guys are talking about when I'm running them on my AMD system. Who else is going to set the record straight? Why would it make sense? Oh gosh. Good for those not deep in Nvidia. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you got to have Nvidia features and you want most of your games to not work, then absolutely get the Nvidia thing, dude. After playing freaking Monster Hunter Wilds on both these systems tonight and seeing just how trash it ran on freaking on the Nvidia side, and then already hearing people complaining about how bad the game runs, I'm like, oh my gosh. And then when I play it on my AMD system and it's like butter smooth, it's like super buttery smooth. It's like, man, I'm like, what the freak, dude? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do is run 5070 Ti versus 9070 XT. That's what we're going to be running. As soon as I'm going to buy that card next week. I will have the 9070 XT as soon as I can get one. Much faster CPU to keep up with Nvidia compared to AMD. I have 7800X 3Ds in both of my builds. Did you know I got a second build now? Matt, there's the 5070 Ti, and then my Radeon's over there. My 7900 XTX. So they're both running 7800X 3Ds, 32 gigs of RAM. Obviously the motherboard in that one's a little bit cheaper, but Yeah, exactly. Once you go full AMD Ryzen Radeon, bro, man, it's oh dude, it's just so smooth, guys. It really is. I get that Nvidia makes some cool ass shit, dude. And to be completely honest with you, the 5070 Ti with the multi-frame generation and DLSS 4, it's freaking awesome. Like it's freaking awesome. But there's just something about the consistency of an AMD Radeon experience that I just don't think a lot of people will ever experience. Yeah, I just took that 4070 Super out and put this in there. Put this one in there. I had to pay $900 for that right there. It's so pretty though. Like look at that. It's so pretty. 5070 Ti 4080. It's just like another 4080 basically. I bought two 4080s now. It's crazy. I'm stupid. I do stupid things sometimes. I do it all for you though. It's because I love you guys. It's because I love you guys so much. I spend all this money. I waste all this money on all this crap. Because if I didn't, and I didn't make honestly, if I wasn't putting my own money out and like AMD and Nvidia were just giving me free shit, maybe I would just be like, yeah, man, Nvidia's the shit, bro. They're freaking, I get way more money off the freaking affiliate links from Nvidia. Why the hell would I ever freaking recommend freaking AMD, man? I want money. Gosh, dude. AMD and consistency, give you an example. 20 months, bro. I've had an awesome time, dude. I've had this Nvidia system again for a little over a month, dude. And like, seriously, dude, black screens all the time. They said they fixed it in the last driver. I got freaking black screens just 10 minutes ago. It's so annoying. Every time I go to try to record footage, I'll turn on freaking shadow play and it will just stop recording. I'm just like, dude, this shit's so annoying. Make up your freaking mind, Nvidia. Like Nvidia always feels so buggy to me, man. Like it always just feels like buggy and glitchy. Oh, I don't know. Like it's supposed to be this premium experience, and it's like, dude, AMD's felt premium the whole time. The better build quality of the cards, even from XFX, dude. That XFX freaking Merc is incredible, man. Like this Asus Prime is probably the second nicest NVIDIA GPU I've gotten. I've mostly had, I think most of the time I've had 2 GB cards. They weren't horrible. I've had the one MSI Trio, or not Trio, but MSI freaking Ventus 3 or whatever. And then I had the Founders Edition, the 4070 Super Founders Edition. The 4070 Super Founders Edition and this Prime are probably the nicest build qualities that I've gotten out of an NVIDIA card. And then I would say the gigabytes are right after that. I would say the first, what did I get? The gigabyte was a 3080 Eagle, and that one was okay. That one was probably a little bit better quality than the Gigabyte OC that I bought, or maybe, yeah, I don't know. No, I think that one was better quality, but then the OC was just huge. That card was just a monster. It was absolutely freaking ginormous. Whoo boy. What's up, Mr. Dragon? My 3080 and my rig is janky. Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. Dude, that 9070 XT is going to blow you a freaking way, Stealth Dragon. You play a lot of Call of Duty, bro. You're going to be blown away. You're going to get like 20% more performance just for having AMD, dude. It's going to be like, yeah, this thing is a monster. And you're going to be like, what the freak, dude? You've been leaving all that performance sitting on a table for a long time, bro. For a long time. Oh, hell, my old system with a bulldozer and RX ran everything. I honestly, oh yeah, his meat cutting videos. Yeah, dude. I've been doing carnivore. I've actually been mixing a little bit of stuff into it. Like I let myself have treats now every once in a while, like yummy chocolate donuts every once in a while. But I do eat mainly, I would say 99% of everything I eat is straight up meat. I just eat meat, but every now and then I do let myself have like a donut or something. Like tonight I had a yogurt. I had a peach yogurt. So I'm not like 100% strict on it, but I do let myself have a little bit of fun now. Wasn't at like 4K RT. See, here's the thing, K, because everybody says, even according to AMD's charts, so what do you want about? It's 2%, 2% in the ray tracing department or whatever. Well, I don't have a. I'm going off like right now. I'm going off of my 7900 XTX. I'm not going off the 9070 XT yet. We'll get that card and we'll find out. Like we'll play them both together. But like right now, I'm going off 7900 XTX, and that experience is absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Like I'm already having issues with my not issues. Like obviously they're like nitpicks or whatever. The Nvidia experience, the premium Nvidia experience, bro. That's just what I'll say. I don't want you guys getting all mad at me and be like, this guy's a freaking AMD fanboy because he enjoys AMD and Nvidia is just not good for him. I don't like it when you guys feel like that, but I'm not going to sit here and lie. I'm not going to sit here and fill you guys full of shit and be like, yeah, man, you should get a 4070 Super because it's going to have ray tracing. Like, why the hell would I say that, dude? It's like, dude, you're going to be sitting there at 1080p trying to use DLSS to use ray tracing. I'm like, really, bro? That's not a very good experience. No, you could play a 5-year-old game like Cyberpunk with it. And I'm like, okay, right. Your opinion on the price? I think the price is good. I think the price is more than reasonable, dude. I paid $939 for my 5070 Ti, bro. $600. You guys can you guys should be happy about that. That's a fair price. I do have autism. What, you making fun of me, dude? You making fun of me? Clearly I'm autistic. Maybe. Sometimes. It's possible. Can autistic people make content, bro? Like, I don't know. Am I ADD or am I autistic? I need to figure that out. All I know is I noticed the siege on the Nvidia stuff that everybody just tries to deny happens. I don't know why you guys would deny that shit. Seriously. You know what the funny thing is like some people are like hypersensitive to that stuttering and the inconsistency, dude. Like, why would you guys want somebody to go into Nvidia thinking that like, yeah, man, because I don't care what you guys say. I'm not going to be gaslit no more. I've spent more than enough money on Nvidia and even bought a pre-built and still had the same issues on a pre-built that I didn't even touch with a 4070 Super. Still had the same problems, still had the black screen, still had the inconsistency with the drivers, all of that stuff, still had the same kind of stutter and shit. So I'm not going to be gaslit anymore by anybody trying to tell me that Nvidia is perfect. No. Start being honest, you guys. Stop this shit. Stop this charade. Stop giving AMD a bad name just because you love your Nvidia. And let's be honest, okay? I have less problems. The AMD experience feels significantly smoother than it ever has on the Nvidia side. Well, I just want people to be honest. That's it. That's all I'm asking on this channel is like we be honest. You guys come and yell at me for messing things up, and it's like, you know what, dude? It's not even me messing them up. Every time I start one of these damn games, that damn Nvidia app switches the freaking settings, bro. So if I don't go in there and check, what's up, Marcus Gaming? How's it going, brother? If I don't go in there and check before I start doing something, man, I'm like, oh my gosh, it never does that shit to me on AMD. So I'm not used to it. Yeah, once you go AMD, bro, there's like you'll see that the experience is pretty smooth. Like don't get me wrong, there are some times where AMD will have like a shit driver and it might bug you for a couple of days, but they usually fix it and it's usually only with like a select gamer, like a couple of games or something, but I would say AMD gets their stuff fixed pretty quickly. I don't think I've ever waited long. I've had a good experience with AMD. But Frog, the hard dork in the box said his benchmark showed 30 more FPS. Oh, my FPS, dude, my FPS, like using all the features, man. If I stack AMD's fluid motion frames, bro, I get way more frames. I get a lot of frames. I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people. I'm not saying that you do, Aaron, but I think a lot of people over exaggerate just how good Nvidia is, and it's misleading, bro. Because I've spent a lot of money on Nvidia because I want to believe the people in the community, bro. I do, and then when I buy it and I just have these terrible problems, and like the AMD experience is so much better for me, and I don't experience that. It's like, yeah, dude. I don't know. Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. If you're like hypersensitive and don't like figuring shit out, buy AMD. If you don't mind playing around with, what are you talking about? AFMF isn't viable. Yeah, it is. It just depends on the game. Like some games are absolute trash with it. Some games are fine. Like I was literally playing um Monster Hunter Wilds tonight with that stacked on top of frame gen, and it felt really good actually. It was very good. I want to believe. Do you have? Yes, I do. I have the newest drivers installed. Absolutely. Yep. I even reinstalled them just to make sure because I keep getting that freaking black screen thing. The issue of poor performance in Monster Hunter is not the 5070 Ti. What is it then? Because it runs fine on my AMD card. It runs just fine on my AMD card, bro. Even without AMD on there, AMD's fluid motion frames, it's like 150 frames. I've uploaded a couple of videos with gameplay on it. I uploaded the first 40 minutes. You can look at that. You can watch that whole video, and you can see that it runs just fine on an AMD card. So if it's not the 5070 Ti, then what is it? Because it's not the game, obviously. I mean, unless Capcom sabotaged the Nvidia experience, but I don't know why they would do that. That's like 90% of their customer base. That doesn't make sense to me. Always complained about drivers and stability, etc. Oh, really? See, that's just another thing, dude. I've had multiple Nvidia. So what am I doing different then? What am I doing different? I don't watch porn. I don't go to any shady sites. I don't download a whole bunch of crap on my systems. What am I doing wrong, bro? I'm downloading games off Steam and playing them. What am I doing wrong that I'm experiencing this problem with Nvidia every single time that I don't have this problem with AMD? What am I doing wrong, bro? I don't use it for school. I don't use it for surfing the web, any of that shit on this Nvidia system. What am I doing wrong, bro? Seriously. Spider-Man runs great on my, oh yeah, Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 was the first game that actually ran very bad on literally everything. It was stopping the freaking 4070 Super dead in its tracks too. But now it runs just fine. Now it runs just fine. But yeah, you're right. To be honest, to be completely honest with you, Spider-Man 2 was like a very bad. It like killed my hard drive because it kept crashing so much that I think it fried my hard drive. I think is what happened was it like did something to this drive that was unrecoverable, and so it like, yeah, it just stopped working, man. That sucks. But yeah, you're right. You're right. 100%. I made videos on that. It's all documented. All documented. It's definitely documented. Because of ghosting, man, when you're playing a game, Good Vibes VR, I don't never notice it. I mean, everybody likes to complain about stupid shit that I never notice when I'm playing games, but it's okay. I mean, if it bugs you, don't use it. Seriously, man. If it bugs you, don't use it because I don't notice it. I don't. I turn on a video game, I get immersed, and I'm into the game, dude. I don't really give a shit. When the only time I notice that kind of stuff is probably in like the first hour of a game when I'm dawdling and I'm looking around and I'm like taking in all the new visuals and stuff. I notice that stuff then, but I don't notice it while in the game. Like right now, dude, everybody's complaining about Monster Hunter Wilds looking terrible, and I'm like, I'm immersed in the game and I'm playing it and I'm like, yeah, this is awesome. I'm like, whoa, dude, this is so good. Yes, I'm definitely getting a 9070 XT. Yes. How does a big lung full of formaldehyde and other chemicals taste? I don't know. I haven't smoked. I haven't tried that yet. Capcom has favored AMD GPUs to Nvidia's for some time. Maybe they do. Maybe they're a Call of Duty. Maybe they're a Call of Duty developer, bro. Who knows? 9070 XT is looking very crispy, bro. Oh, dang. Nvidia is secretly making the games run poorly because dude, they probably do have some AI thing. They're like, hey, if Frog Boy gets this GPU, enable the AI when he downloads the driver, and it like just makes my games run trash. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it. I mean, I don't know. I hurt freaking hardware unboxes feelings. Dude, he blocked me on X. I'm blocking you, man, because I don't like your opinion. It's different than mine, so I'm getting rid of you. I don't want to hear it. I'm right and you're wrong. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm like, dude, I've been playing video games for 38 years, bro. 38 years. You're trying to tell me I'm not allowed to talk about my experience? I've spent a lot of money on these graphics cards because of people like Hardware Unbox saying, yeah, the NVIDIA experience is so good, you're going to want the DLSS and you're going to want the ray tracing. I'm like, whatever, dude. Gosh. I don't even use that shit on half the games I play. There's only like 5 games out with like really good ray tracing. Everything else is Call of Duty and Fortnite, bro. Maybe my allegations about Nvidia GPU are a little bit exaggerated than actually it is. I don't really think I exaggerate too much. Maybe a little bit. I mean, I could definitely say maybe a little bit, but no, I think I've been pretty fair. With as much money as I've spent on Nvidia, bro, I think I've been more than fair. More than fair. See, I mean, I guess most people that probably come at me are like rocking 60 series cards. So like, you don't know what you're talking about. I love my $300 4060 or 3060 Ti, and it's the awesomest card in the world. And I'm like, dude, I've spent like over $5,000 on freaking Nvidia GPUs in just the last 2 years, bro. Where is this mythical experience that everybody keeps telling me that the Nvidia cards deliver? I just spent another $1,000 on this one, man. On this one, dude, and I still get flickery ass black screens. I still can't freaking get the damn relive freaking thing to work the way I want it to. It's never consistent. I get freaking, I don't think I've not driver crashes or anything like that yet, but trying to get some of these like baseline features to work for Nvidia. I get that they're going through growing pains with their new app. I'm not trying to say that Nvidia is trash. I'm just trying to say that you guys cut down to AMD way too much when the experience is good on there. Should you sell 7900 XT for a 9070 XT, and how much should you sell it for? I don't know. If you can get $500 for it, sell it. If you can't, keep it. Like, you've got 20 gigs of VRAM, you've got a good card. AMD has commented officially that they are trying to bring FSR4 to 7000 series cards. So I don't think it's a bad card. I loved my 7900 XT. That was what got me. That was the card that made me an AMD fanboy. And I'm perfectly okay with being called an AMD fanboy. Like, I don't give a shit. I am. AMD has 100% delivered for me.
Here.
Oh, I get soup?
Ah,
Ooh, you almost tripped, baby.
Yeah, your stuff's trying to kill me. Here you go.
Mm. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it's warm. It's good. It's good. I like it. I like a zupa super. Zupa super. So yummy. Okay, wait. What motherboard do I have? Okay, so I've got it's like a gigabyte. I don't know exactly what model it is, but I got a gigabyte in the pre-built, and then I've got the MSI Tomahawk Wi-Fi Max in my B650 in my build. So obviously my motherboard is significantly better in that one. This is literally a cheap one. But I think it is a B650 in that one as well. It's only got Frog, I got my new GPU. Nice, nice. Yeah, I wasn't really getting the black screens with the 4070 Super. That's true. That's true, but the 50 series, I mean, obviously it's a new card. It's only been out for a few days, so stop the FOMO. No, FOMO is good for you. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing how they so I got my 7900. All right, let's be fair. I got my 7900 XT in July of 2023. And so that had been a while after the card came out. The 9070 XT will be the first time I get an AMD experience day one. So we'll find out, bro. You got your AMD GPU for free from Amazon. Nice, nice. Oh yeah? Well, the MSI is in my AMD system. So that's, yeah, it doesn't matter. The Gigabyte is in the Gigabyte is in the Nvidia system. So sorry guys, I'm so hungry. I haven't it's like 8 o'clock and I've been so sick today that I didn't even try to eat. So I'm trying to eat some soup. Oh boy. Can't wait to go from 1080 Ti. That's going to be a nice upgrade, bro. What RAM am I running on the AMD CPU? It looks like T-Force in the pre-built. Big issues, huh? Yeah. What problem did he have? Send some soup over? For real, huh? I'm doing my best, man. Yesterday was way bad. Notice you guys only got like one video yesterday? You got a lot today because I was like, man, I got to make some... trying to meet quota, bro. It's the last day of being able to make money for February. So I got to bring in those clicksies. I got to get the clicksies. His motherboard was messed up, huh? Hopefully they make a UDNA. Yeah. Gaming on a monitor is always going to be better. I noticed it's a little bit more stuttery on the TV than it is on the monitor for sure. On both cards, honestly. I'm looking forward to the 9070 XT. I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, it is some pretty good soup. It's like Costco Zupa soup. What's up, Silverbeard? Thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me. I thought I was going to be here talking to myself all night. I only buy LG monitors, so I only experience the best. Nice. That's a good freaking system, bro. What do I think about it running physics stuff? That'd be interesting. That'd be funny if if the 9070 I will do that, dude. I'll add that to my benchmark. I'll add all those physics games to my benchmark and then run them on both games. It's not fair, Frog. It's gonna make the 9070 better than the XT or the TI. Nice. No, I still have the LG. It's right there. Yeah, I still got it's 42-inch LG. Honestly, guys, if you have a 9070 or 7900 XTX, I don't think you should get rid of that to get a 9070 XT. I don't. The 7900 XTX is going to last you a long time. You don't even need upscaling at 1440p. Like, you can literally use that card for a long time. And I do think that they're going to be able to get machine learning upscaling working on 7000 series cards. They've been selling a lot of 7800 XT right now. You're moving from a 6950 XT to that's like a 20% upgrade, they said. $7,700 XT to 9070. It's true. Yeah, most of the time, dude, most of these games feel so smooth. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to eat real quick. There's a lot of potatoes in this salad. I wish there was more sausage in it. Mm-hmm. I just think it's funny that like people keep doing this to themselves when it comes to Nvidia, bro. They keep themselves in this like cycle, and it's like, why? Why would you do that? Like, oh, good night, have fun, man. You know, all you got to do is try AMD one time. You just gotta try it one time, you know, and I think you would be, like I say every time, all you got to do is try AMD one time, and then you'll know for sure which one you like better. The one thing that I can't stress enough is like, look, guys, I'm a consumer just like you. I watch the same channels and the same stuff and the same things that you guys watch to get hyped about these products. Okay? I buy them because I have the resources to do that, to buy Nvidia, to buy AMD, to try them both myself. And I'm telling you that I find the AMD experience to be a lot better for me. Really looks like it will be the best. Oh yeah. I mean, it might the price might go up for a minute at first, but then it's going to come back down. But yeah, I do think 9070 XT is going to be a decent card, and it's priced appropriately. I don't think see, I don't really think that AMD needs to go out of their way to accept, to like lower the prices to try to bring people in. That's just dumb, because when people go in, they get that cheaper card, and then Nvidia comes out the next generation and lowers their prices to win everybody back, and then boom, there you go. You just lose an AMD customer because Nvidia is trying to get them back. It does AMD no good to do that. They should just keep their prices the same, or whatever they think they're worth, man. I guess the difference between me and other content creators is I don't really look at AMD or Nvidia through rose-covered freaking eyes, bro. Like, I'm not like, oh my gosh. Like, to this day, I like AMD, but I do not get an AMD product and be like, oh my gosh, this shit is so good. Like, I don't have that feeling. And same with Nvidia. I just don't look at them like that anymore. I do think that um I think that you should be able to find some models at MSRP. Yeah, I hope so. I do think that they're going to get scalped though, because they're at such a good price. I think AMD's fixed most of the issues, and I think they've got a pretty solid team now that's actually being able to get out some pretty good whatchamacallit, uh, some pretty good software updates and stuff. I like the fact that AMD is like, hey guys, we got this new beta feature if you want to try it out. Like, I freaking love that, dude. I love that. I do love the fact that they're like willing to like do weird shit, like, yeah, dude, let's put out AFMF on like the driver level and then let you play around with it. Like, I like cool shit like that, man. I like that. I like the open source nature of AMD because that means that it's open source. Yeah, not that slow though. They're not that slow for a weekend warrior like myself, bro. Like, yeah, it doesn't matter. I buy my games digitally. I don't really care. Like, I've got such a backlog, bro, that it doesn't even matter. If a game don't work for a couple days, it's usually fine. And normally the games work just fine when they come out. The only one that I've really had any issue with lately is Spider-Man 2. That one really started annoying the hell out of me. I was like, how the hell you do this to me, Insomniac? Okay, well, that's your opinion on FSR, dude. I happen to think it's okay in a lot of situations. Especially when I'm using virtual super resolution, because then I can use that at ultra performance to run games at like 4K or whatever, and then downsample them to 1440p and get significantly better anti-aliasing than I can with anything else. Gosh, dude, that looks significantly better to me. Downsampling from higher quality is significantly better. I'm telling you, get yourself a 1440p monitor and a 4K screen, and then play something like Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Get up on the top of a mountain and look out, and you'll see like the little humps, the little plasticky looking mounds of like little rounded balls and stuff on the side of the mountains that look ugly and blurry and soupy on like 4K. Switch right over to your 1440p monitor and all that shit disappears and it looks good. So, I mean, yeah, you guys can keep saying you want 4K all you want, but I think 1440p is where it's at. I think 1440p is significantly better. But yeah, dude, prices are way high. If Steam comes to the next Xbox, that would be very good. 16 gigs of VRAM is enough. I think 1440p should be fine with 16. At least till the end of this generation of consoles, yeah, I think 16's fine. Will you always be able to play everything at max settings on 16? Probably not, because ray tracing and stuff like that. We've already seen games like like Indiana Jones and stuff taking significantly more than that. So yeah, I don't know. Nice. By the way, I bought a 5070 Ti. Had to buy 939 model because that was all that was available, so I could use DLSS on D2R in high refresh rate. But guess what? Only black screens when I use DLSS. Yeah, and it should be fixed now. I'm not getting that black screen now. Did you make sure you got all of your ROPs? No, I'm just joking. Do you have all of your ROPs? I got a 50 series card. Do I got all my ROPs? I got the ROPs. Cyberpunk, Stalker 2, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a great game. I know I need to play some more of that. I'm going to play all day tomorrow. Probably going to play that or Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't know, dude. I've got Avowed. I've got Monster Hunter Wilds. I've got freaking Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Pretty soon I'm going to have Assassin's Creed. Dude, 2025 has had some freaking bangers. Some straight bangers launch already. I haven't even been able to finish one of them. And it's what are we already at? The end of the second month? Like, we've had so many games drop in just the first 2 months. Like, look at this. I've put all my 2025 games right here. I got Assetto Corsa Evo, Avowed, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Marvel Spider-Man 2, Monster Hunter Wilds, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, Sancticide, Sniper Elite Resistance, Tokyo Extreme Racer. Ooh, gosh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 games, dude. I haven't finished any of them. I have not been able to finish even one of those yet. Whew. Yeah, dude, being sick sucks, man. Do I play Hogwarts? Yeah, a long time ago. Like back in when it first came out. I don't do it no more. I started playing Hogwarts on Xbox, PC, and what's up, Junior? How are you, buddy? You take my bowl. Oh, hey, wait. You know what time it is. Make sure you switch it out because I think the taste wasn't as good. Taste it out. Thank you, buddy. Oh my goodness. It kind of sucks about Warner Brothers though. Some magnesium and some zinc. Yes, I do probably. Oh man. 10 to 20 hours long. Yeah, I don't know. I like longer games, man. But then I don't like to play longer games. I don't know. It kind of depends. If it's got like a really hard like ramp up, man, if it's like slow and sloggy, then that sucks. What's up, Slip? How you doing, buddy? Just thought I'd go live and talk to you guys about these exciting developments that we have in the PC space. $600 price. I don't know, man. Good old fashioned freaking I can't believe Daniel Owens is mad about it too, man. He's like legit mad that AMD would dare go against him. How could AMD define or how could they go against the great wisdom of the tech YouTubers? It's crazy, huh? Heaven forbid. Heaven forbid AMD decide the price of what they built, what they put together, what they created. Why the hell would they listen to a freaking YouTuber, man? That's just an arrogant freaking, yeah, dude. I don't know about that. I just, you know what, guys? I kind of just, oh no, no, I broke my freaking things. I just want my drink. Just one of those thirsties. There should be another one that's open that's sitting on top of the machine, I believe. Oh, really? Hmm. Wait, what are you building? What are you building? I want to know. Yeah.
I need to take this so I don't taste the working.
Thank you for giving me an envelope full of money.
What?
I said thank you for giving me an envelope full of money.
You're saying that on your life?
Yeah. I'm gonna go spend it on graphics cards. Ooh. You're building a computer? I want to build a computer on a live while I watch a live stream. That would be free. No. Daniel Owens is really hurt. He's like, I worked so hard to become an Nvidia shill, and now AMD is gonna bring out a card, and I'm gonna have to like it. Like, shut up, dude. I do. I get so tired of like, oh, DLSS. I'm like, really, guys? Okay. So the only reason I've had that kind of attitude though is because it's like, I'm like, really, dude, we're paying $1,000 for a GPU that we have to use in upscaler. Like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me, bro. Or $600 for a GPU to use an upscaler. I was like, no, because I'm obviously, playing on console for a long time. I'm like coming and I'm like, dude, I felt really burned after the PlayStation 4 Pro and the checkerboard rendering and all the like fuzz case shit everywhere. Yeah. And now look, I'm on PC on a $2,000-$3,000 PC and we're getting that fuzzy ass console shit, bro. Like, really, man? So I don't know. I've been a little bit negative, but I'm not like who. Like, why even fight anymore? Why even fight, bro? Like, seriously, I need to just do what Daniel Owens does and just start telling people what they want to hear so I can build my community and get a whole bunch of money, dude. People just eat that shit up, bro. They're like, yeah, man. They just go over there and they're like, yeah, Nvidia's still the best, bro. I'm gonna go back to bed now. Oh, dude, they're not happy. Like, him and Hardware Unboxed are not happy. that the Nvidia or the AMD defied them and dared to charge $600 for their GPU, bro. They're like, "Oh yeah, you dare? You dare to charge $600 for your GPU when we told you 550 was top?" I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. I'm like, really, man? Seriously, think about this. Think this through. If there is tariffs and they charge 550, that means yeah, dude. No matter what, it was going to be over that. Like, seriously, you want AMD to try to eat that much money? No, I'm sorry, dude. We're not doing that bullshit. Especially when AMD has been a very good experience for me. That's why I push back, dude. That's why I push back, man. These guys are going to have you buying shit for $1,000 for 5070 Ti when you could literally buy a 9070 XT for $600 and have just as good an experience, bro. Send a black jacket to Daniel. Exactly, bro. Like, yeah, he is. Dude, trust and believe. Daniel Owens has become a big, 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 big giant Nvidia shield, bro. If you can't see that, I'm sorry, man. I'd tell him right to his face, bro. He's a shield, dude. I do not like the way I don't like what he's become, bro. I get on there and like it just literally sounds like he's like it's like he's got like this it's like I remember when he first started, you could like listen to the dude and he'd be like kind of like okay with AMD. He'd be like, "Yeah, you can usually get AMD and if you could try this and blah blah blah." And he sounded like pretty cool, but lately, ever since he started getting those Nvidia GPUs, that dude will not shut the fuck up about DLSS or anything, man. I'm like, "Holy shit, dude. Calm the fuck down, bro." He's like, oh, and now the way that he's like all upset and butthurt that AMD dared defy him and charge $600 for a 97 XT. I'm like, who gives a shit, dude? It's not his money. It's not his company, bro. It's not his employees that he's got to freaking feed and do whatever. Like, why the shit? Why? You know what? Steve from Gamers Nexus, he actually did it right. He did not put a monetary value on how much AMD should charge. Unlike Hardware Unboxed and everybody else, every single one of them dudes that came out and were like, no, there needs to be 550. I'm like, oh boy. Who? How can I help you, buddy? If you want to come in here and sit down, come in and sit down, bro. I don't know, man. I don't really care. It's just I don't like the way that like some of those guys went out, like AMD telling them, "Yeah, man, if you don't charge 550, you're AMD's dead. Our Radeon's dead." I'm like, "Whatever, dude. I love freaking Radeon. I've had zero freaking I love my Radeon. See, Evo, Beast, Tube. That's the thing. That's the thing. Everybody's like, "Oh, just try the top end and you're gonna be in love." And it's like, no, dude. Nope. Nope. I'm not spending $3,000 for GPU, bro. Nope. I'm more than satisfied with the 7900 XTX. There's no reason on earth for me to do that. He does too, man. Daniel Owens really that's what kind of started pissing me off about Daniel Owens was when he was shilling that 4070 Super over both the 7800 XT and the 7900 GRE when both of those cards would have delivered a significantly better value and lasted you longer than that damn 12 gigabyte 4070 Super. I was just like, wow, dude, that is so dishonest, man. Like, everybody that bought a 4070 Super on that dude's recommendation is like, wow, that sucks, bro. That sucks bad. They could have had a way better card. Way better. They'd be feeling less FOMO right now had they listened to the frog. The 3060 bros become running at you. they're like 8 GB is not bad. Nvidia has DL. It has compression. It has memory compression. I'm like, oh, is that why it runs at 20 FPS? Yeah, it still runs. I'm like, duh. Yeah, dude, I would never pay the prices for those 90 series cards. I paid for this camera that I'm using, man, the Sony FX30. That's where my 4090 money went. How about that camera? It was way better investment. FSR3 is not terrible. Like I don't like. Yeah, FSR3 and DLSS are there to upscale your image if you're trying to play 4K. I don't play on 4K. I use 3440 by 1440p. I don't need upscaling on a 7900 XTX, bro. That's the thing. Like, I'm okay. Well, that'll be fine. The 40 series will be good with that multi-frame generation. Yeah. You know what, man? Winzard, I've been looking at this GPU what's it called? This new thing that I downloaded, this tech power up GPU Z. And this thing right here, it actually tells you how if your bus rate when you go over here to sensors, if you go down and you go right to here to bus interface, it tells you how much of that is being used while you're playing your games. So you might actually be able to see, because I was playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla on there and it was using like 60% of it. And then I started playing Star Wars Outlaws and it was like 100%. It was 100%. And I was like, oh, interesting. And Valhalla was running really smooth, but the other one doesn't run as smooth. I've been thinking about downloading that on the AMD system too to check that out. Still can't justify getting rid of a 6800 XT. And why would you? If you're having fun and you're playing your games and it's good, why even consider upgrading, man? You don't have to upgrade. It's just people start getting to the point where they're like, "Oh man, I want a new GPU," and it's like most of the games they're putting out these days, they're not even worth playing above 1440p. To be completely honest with you, they look better on 1440p. A lot of these games look better on 1440p monitor, man. They start to look a little more stretched on 4K. They just look better to me. Yes, Mr. Boyd. The usage is the best indicator for when. I keep hearing about this RTX HDR, and I'm gonna try it this weekend. But you got to play. That's only for games that don't have HDR, right? You probably hear this a lot, but you should not vape. Yes, I realize that. They're not as horrible as the effects that I'd be going through if I was still smoking cigarettes, though. Sad face. Trust me. If I quit vaping, I'd be right back on cigarettes. I'm too not smart to stop. So I go with the lesser of the evils. I'm not smart enough to quit doing any of that kind of stuff, bro. Like, yeah. Why you would wait for 9070X? 9070 XT is gonna be like, see, I don't know, man. Like we could all be wrong, and maybe AMD did sentence themselves to like the history pile over $50, dude. Whatever. I don't think so. Well, that's a lot. Sure, I can pay you. It's like a gift from. Okay, yeah. Well, we thought the same thing about Auto HDR on Xbox, and it was okay, but yeah, I don't know. I'll try it this weekend, Mr. Norwegian drone pilot. I'll try it. We'll figure it out. Um, well, I can lay on my back while I'm sleeping and breathe. So as long as I can do that, I think vapes are all right for me. I couldn't do that when I smoked cigarettes, bro. I was gasping for air trying to sleep, bro. I mean, now I can like literally lay on my back and sleep comfortably all through the night. And I'm not as big of a mouth breather anymore either. When I'm not sick, I can literally breathe through my nose, man. And when I was smoking cigarettes, dude, I started getting this really bad habit of being a mouth breather. I still do it every once in a while. Like you'll catch me because it's such a habit, but being able to breathe through my nose, man, so much better, so much better. Is way worse than RTX HDR, huh? I don't. So here's the thing, debatic. Obviously 9070 XT. There's going to be a couple models that are going to sell for MSRP at $600, but most of them are going to be selling for a higher price than that. But the 9070 is probably going to remain $550. That is going to be a highly sold card, and they're going to stand firm on the 550, bro, because a lot of people aren't going to want to pay $750 for a 9070 XT. Yeah. Frank Azor said in a freaking on a televised thing officially that they are working on bringing FSR3 or FSR4 to RDNA 3. Okay, he said that on a freaking like on a public video that people can watch on Tech or Tech PC or whatever, Tech Power PC or something. And yeah, dude, he legitimately said that they are worried about getting it out for 9000 series, but that they are working on bringing it to FSR3 or RDNA 3. Yeah, there's no reference model. So yeah, the 550, bro, that's not a bad price. 550 for the 9070 is not a bad price, guys. That is not a bad price. That card's gonna be pretty damn good too, man. It's just that everybody's focused on the 9070 XT. That other card is gonna still do pretty damn good at 4K. It's like 20% better than a GRE, bro. Like that's not terrible. That's pretty damn good too. That card is good. A good solid 1440p. Yeah, PC World channel name. Yep, you're right, Steven. Steven for the win. Yeah, the 9070 is not a bad card. That is a solid 1440p banger, bro. 4K entry level. It's fine. Like it's gonna do just fine, my friends. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's a bit of a wonky textures. What are you playing it on? Oh yeah, dude, I'm loving my charge blade on Wilds, bro. I'm freaking loving it. Like I'm feeling really good about this one. I'm like, nice. Yeah. I'm gonna probably play that and some Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 tomorrow, and then maybe some Avowed on Sunday. I don't know. I've got so many freaking RPGs now that I'm just like, oh man, it's like the year of RPG. Oh yeah, dude, the 9070 will absolutely destroy a PS5 Pro. $550 for that card's not a bad deal, guys. That's the thing. It's like, yeah, it's $50 cheaper, but that card's gonna remain 550 while the 9070 XT is gonna be up from 600 to like 750, $800. You know what I mean? Like there'll be a few models that are $600, but that other card's gonna remain 550. Like I don't think they're gonna do any extra special hardcore versions of the 9070. Those cards are gonna remain 550. And yes, they are a little bit more cut down. And that card's gonna probably end up being just as good as the 9070 XT. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude, I've got a 7900 XTX. And yeah, it's going for like $1,500. Yeah. Oh no, I should sell my 9070 XT, my 7900 XTX, and go hurry up and buy two 5070 Ti's. No, I'm just joking. 1,200 euros with delivery in 2 days. You should buy like 3 of them. Yeah, I kind of feel bad for the UE for the EU, bro. Like, we're all gonna get scalpered. 5080 is on the way, huh? Nice. I'm actually kind of glad I didn't get a 5080, bro. I was pretty upset that I couldn't get one at first, but now I'm like I just don't even care. 5070 Ti is gonna be just fine. I was sitting there playing. I was trying to play some Cyberpunk at 4K with 4x frame gen. Running performance DLSS. And I was looking at it and I was like, "Ooh, wait a minute." Yeah, pretty much. With better ray tracing, and they're all refreshes. Architecture's a little bit different though. I don't know. All of them are refreshes. Both AMD and Nvidia are trying to reset the freaking stack of how GPUs are made, especially for gaming. They're trying to tone us down so that they can put all of their expensive shit towards the AI boom. Both of them are doing it to us. It's just AMD is not trying to overcharge us way bad. $600 is a fair price. $550 for 9070 is okay. Would it have been more attractive at 500 even? Probably, but whatever, dude. They're probably charging the extra $50 because of the tariff, dude. 10% tariff. $50 makes sense to me. Yeah, 10% tariff makes sense to me. $50, $600. Obviously, they're gonna all the tariffs will be backloaded onto the $600 card, so you'll be paying the AIB price plus the tariff. You'll be paying, normally the AIBs for AMD are like 50, 60, $70. So you'll be paying that plus that for those cards. I'm curious to see if AMD's AIBs are gonna be as greedy as Nvidia's AIBs, or if they're gonna be realistic and fair. I am curious. I am curious to see how they're gonna handle that. Will the 9070 beat PS5 Pro? Absolutely. Absolutely. And that'll be way stronger than a PS5 Pro, Bob Joe. way stronger. Oh, 90. Price will crash when XT drops because RT is crippled on that card. No, it's not, dude. Do you even own? Have you even ever owned an AMD card, or do you just spout shit that you know nothing about? I play every freaking dude. I'm literally playing Monster Hunter Wild with full ray tracing, well over 200 frames a second, bro. All the only games that don't run ray tracing well are the Nvidia freaking sponsored ones, and that's because Nvidia pays for that to suck. No, your PS5 Pro only beats the 5070 Ti. PS5 Pro is only better than Nvidia cards, bro. Like, it's better than a 5090. PS5 Pro is better than a 5090. 7600 XT is better than PS5 Pro. Yeah, so you don't have an AMD card, so how would you even know what the heck you're talking about, bro? You're just spouting stuff that you think you know because everybody else says things that they think they know. The only games that don't run well, ray tracing wise, Black Myth Wukong, Cyberpunk 2077, and that is only path tracing that doesn't run right on these games. Alan Wake 2 path tracing, and then I think, is there one more, or is it literally only those three? Is there any more path tracing games that I'm forgetting? Because those are the only ones that do not run that good. But I mean, I The 7900 XTX is equivalent to 4070 Super in path tracing, utilizing the same like performance, all of that kind of stuff in terms of like upscaling and stuff. It's about the same as that. You get about the same performance as you do on a 4070 Super. You're a computer technician? Well, I'm a mechanic, bro. I work in a shop, and clearly I have a better understanding of how AMD seems to work than you do, man. Oh, that's right, because I actually run AMD and I play all these games, so I know how they perform. So when I get somebody that comes in here and tells me that I don't know what I'm talking about because they think they know, yeah, dude, trust me. I think I know what I'm talking about. I don't really, yeah, anybody can be a PC technician. Did you know? Did you know that I used to build gateway computers when I was 18 years old before our company, before they shipped the company overseas? I used to literally stand on a freaking line and put PCs together for a job, bro. Gosh, man. Back when we had ribbon cables, bro. So I'm not dumb. Like, I'm not completely computer illiterate. I know what I know, man. You don't need, as a 7900 XTX owner, you do not need to upgrade. Seriously. Like, you are good, bro. Especially if AMD really gets FSR4 working on the 7000 series cards, I think you're okay, bro. Like, I would just kind of hold off. You know, if you've got the money and you're curious and you want to try 9070 XT, handle that. Buy one, play around with it. But you don't need to upgrade. Would I recommend getting rid of a 7900 XTX for 9070 XT? No, I don't think I would recommend that. Ribbon cables. Yeah, exactly, bro. My gosh. I've been around, man. I've been around for a long time too, there, buddy. I've been around for a long time too. I just work in a see. I get my hands actually dirty, so I make good money because I do a man job, bro. A man job. I got a man job. That's why I got bigger arms than most of the freaking the tech guys, bro. That are like got them really skinny arms and they're putting them PCs together. When you can like literally see their skinny arm and then their round little elbow, like they all look like Shaggy from freaking Scooby Doo. I'm like, no, dude. See these big old arms, man? Yeah, it's because I can actually lift some weight. Floppy disks, yeah. Coming from my console, I have a Steam Deck. All right, enjoy it. I want to build a PC AMD. I think that'd be a good. I honestly think that you'll just have a better time with AMD out of the gate, just because it's a little bit easier to understand. Like AMD's Adrenaline software, it's like getting in there and playing with things, pushing buttons, and it works. And you don't really have to worry about. Well, I don't know. Some you might have to worry about messing things up, especially if you get on those naughty sites, bro. Don't do that because then you're just asking for trouble. These bros be like, dude, my PC runs like crap. And I'm like, well, what are you watching on there? Yeah, it does have the 16 pin power cable, but I mean, if we're at 340 watts, it might not be bad. I don't know. Master and Slave, yes, yes, you're right, dude. I remember those days. The DVD, and then you had the CD, and then you had all the, yeah, dude. You just had like so many different things in their hard drive. Master Slave. I've been doing this stuff for a long time there, buddy. Ooh boy, and I've been playing on the consoles. Man, I'm a console gamer. I like to play it on the consoles. It was just so much easier. But PC is actually fun. Hey, you guys are the ones that brought me into this world. You didn't want me to come in here and like take apart your freaking stupid narratives like you can't have both drivers on there. Yeah, you can. It works just fine. No, you don't have to redo Windows every time. It works just fine. No, you don't have to use DDU. It works just fine. Like, Man, they just get mad at me for ruining all their wives' tales, bro. Like shit that like these guys, like these PC tech dudes are still giving you advice from the days of like first PCs, bro, like Windows 98 when shit was so unstable, like PCs couldn't do anything. Now they're actually pretty smart, dude. They're pretty good. I mean, like Windows is designed to work good with those. Like my new PC, okay? My brand new PC straight from the factory, the pre-built that somebody built it for me came with, guess what? Both the Nvidia and the AMD Adrenalin software already pre-installed. Why? Because my AMD CPU 7800X3D is an iGPU as well. So you can use the Adrenalin software in limited form to adjust that. Yeah, you can have both drivers on your PC at the same damn time. Gosh, so weird, man. Like I just don't get it. They just keep spouting the same stupid shit, and it's like a bunch of like that's how you know that they're just casual PC dudes that watch all this all the PC shit, dude. It's just like, yeah, dude. It's like you want me to take advice from you, and you're literally just spouting stupid shit from other stupid people off of Reddit or somewhere else, and I'm like, I don't know, man. Like I've got a friend that runs a PC shop too, bro. Like if I'm really like if I really got to a point where I'm like, dude, I'm lost, I'm buried, I need some advice, I could call him, man, and he'd be like, "Oh yeah, this is what you need to do." Like DDU, like it literally says on DDU when you go to download that, do not do this if you can delete it. So you got people like, yeah, man, just DDU. And then you got other people that were in the comment section that saw that, and then they're just repeating that shit. And it's like, no, dude, it literally tells you. Like when I first started hearing that, when I got into PC and I'm looking it up, I'm like, it literally says right there, get in there, try to delete the drivers. Okay, I deleted them. They came off. Oh, you don't need to use DDU. I'm like, okay, man. Yeah. Ask Colt Eastwood to build your PC. Oh, I'm good, bro. I can do it myself. Is the first thing you disable on your 98? Well, yeah, you can disable it if you want, but you could also just leave it on there and run PhysX. You could just use that to run your PhysX on your 50 series GPUs, my friend. Wouldn't it do that? That's what I was wondering. I was like, I wonder if my 7800X3D will just run PhysX for me. Nvidia's like, well, you know what? We'll just AMD's putting iGPUs on there, so maybe we'll just use that for physics, and we don't need to run it no more. Actually, I was gonna try it. I just haven't got around to it yet. I was gonna see if my 7800X3D will run physics for my cards. I was gonna actually buy some. Gosh dang it! What was it? What's that one? That Mirror's Edge. I was gonna buy some Mirror's Edge and see if it will run it. Fermi had the worst drivers in history. Interesting. I think a lot of people do conflate like drivers with other shit too, bro. Like I feel like there's so many there's just so much misinformation in the PC space out there nowadays that it's like I don't know. People just like, yeah, that's just written law, bro, whatever. And I'm like, dude, for certain edge cases, for example, if you install an AMD GPU, then you install a Huion Art tablet, then you switch to Nvidia, the pin becomes more laggy, but DDU fixes that. Yeah, I'm not saying that DDU is not a viable option when absolutely needed, but you need to like try to like delete the drivers yourself first. And only if they don't delete, then maybe do something like that, because that is kind of an extreme function that could break other things in your PC. AMD has their very own utility, bro, that you can just use AMDs to uninstall AMD drivers. So if you really want to get rid of your drivers from AMD, they put in a feature that gets rid of them for you. Except Nvidia cards, you'll get garbage performance on anything else. Really? Why do I get? I mean, you can literally play physics on AMD cards right now. I turn on the physics on the Batman on my AMD cards. I do play Dirt Rally 2.0. I just haven't played in a while. AMD's taken over. Yes, AMD's coming back. They're coming back, sir. Oh, why did I call my tech friend when you couldn't figure out the 8 to 10-bit colors? Because I would set them and then they would reset themselves, bro. AMD take over the poor. Nvidia shouldn't be that hard to figure out. It's not even hard. It's just stupid. It's dumbass shit. There's no reason for that to not be automatic, bro. Huh. There's no reason for that. There's no reason to have to get into like a section and there's like 3 different places to adjust all that shit. Tell me how dumb that is, bro. That's so inconsistent. I'm like, what the hell, bro? It's like somebody like went in there and put it in there, and then somebody else was like, "Oh yeah, I need to do that too." So then they put another place in there, and like it's like they got like 15 different people designing this one little app, and all of them are just doing shit on their own and putting it in there, and then they realize, "Oh yeah, dude, we've got like 15 different ways to do this." Dumb people can't figure it out. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you know what, buddy? We got one of them freaking Nvidia simps, bro. Straight Nvidia simp. You're just talking bad about my Nvidia because I love them. Whatever, bro. Oh. My AMD cards do it automatically. Literally set that shit up automatically. Nvidia, piece of crap. Got to go through. Got to watch 50 damn YouTube videos just to learn how to use it. Just so that you can get a good experience. Yeah, dude, that's dumb, bro. That's dumb. You got so many people coming from console. You got so many people coming from consoles, man, coming right over to that Nvidia and just getting a straight shitty experience, dude, for a long time because oh, I bet you were one of them Intel buddies before AMD started making good CPUs, huh? You were like, "Oh, I love my Intel," and now you're an AMD guy, bro. Wait until you're. I just can't wait till you start freaking loving AMD GPUs. It's kind of funny, dude, how so many 4090 bros. Haven't you ever noticed that? All the 4090 bros show up to be like to defend their Nvidia, bro. That's what I find absolutely hilarious. I'm like, you can afford a 4090, but you're in my chat talking like defending Nvidia. Yeah, isn't that kind of weird, bro? Like I got like what 12,000 subscribers, and you got 4090 bros. They can afford a 4090 in here defending Nvidia like somebody got up on a water tower and said something bad about their sister or some shit, bro. You got 4090 bros in my comments when yeah, that's why I don't believe it that they're like, yeah, I got a 4090. I'm like, no, you got a 3060 Ti. That's why you're here. Yeah, you don't know, you don't understand, Frog. I paid like $1,500 for this 3060 Ti, and it's the best thing ever because it's got DLSS and I can play 4K. Oh, dude. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh wait. Uh-oh. I guess Froggy struck a nerve again, man. 4090 bros. Yeah. The only 4090 bros I actually believe are Terra, Nigma, and Onyx. They have 4090s. Oh, and Sev. Everybody else, Yeah, I don't know why the hell they would be here, bro. Like, seriously, man, you got a 4090, you got the second best card in the freaking world. Why are you watching an AMD freaking, why are you watching an AMD channel? Why would you be watching an AMD channel? I don't get that. I don't get that. I mean, yeah, this is pretty much AMD channel. I like AMD. I'm not gonna deny that. If you come here, you're gonna hear a lot more about AMD. You're gonna hear a lot of good things about AMD, and you're gonna hear some negative things about Nvidia, but not all. Them damn 4060 bros. Well, I don't like you spreading bullshit about AMD. You're over here, you don't even have an AMD card. I've got an Nvidia GPU and an AMD GPU. You don't have an AMD GPU, but you're over here spreading shit that you know nothing about. That's why you're here. You ain't got no 4090, bro. You're running around on a 4060 or a 3060 or some shit like that. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're talking about you build PCs and shit, but then you're over here, dude. Honestly, if you build PCs and you're that big of a freaking Nvidia fanboy, dude, that you're in an AMD GPU, bro. Yeah, no, you don't state facts. You're just as clueless as everybody else that runs around spouting that Nvidia shit, bro. Yeah, dude, at least I'm man enough to put my money where my mouth is. The what? Obviously, dude, everybody's user experience is going to be different. I guarantee it. Maybe you should put your money where your mouth is. Maybe you should put your money where your mouth is and go buy an AMD GPU. He's probably on a PS4 Pro. Nvidia, it's so good. Yeah, see that's I don't believe it. When people that say they got 4090 show up, bro, I don't like what am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say? You got a 4090, but you're in here like yeah, I'm here just trying to keep everything honest about Nvidia. Like, who gives a shit, bro? Seriously. That's some next level freaking like, oh, I'm gonna show up and defend my Nvidia. I don't want people saying bad things about my Nvidia because I spent, or maybe you did. Maybe you are one of them suckers that spent like $2,000 for 4090, dude. Maybe you are, bro. I mean, who? Just put up a video. Yeah, put up a video. You're calling me out? Okay. Okay, buddy. Well, people can clearly see the videos that I put out, dude. I'm calling you out. Yeah. You can call me out all you want, bro. Like I've been doing this YouTube thing long enough that I just don't give a shit. Oh wow, you paid 18? I wouldn't be proud of that. I have too much mood swings. I have too much mood swings. Why would I video call you? Why would I give you access to my personal freaking phone number? Why would I do that, bro? Go post it on Twitter and tag me. I'm calling me out. Oh gosh, dude. Oh, what happened? I just got here. Oh, nothing. Just one of them 4090 bros trying to keep Froggy in check again, bro. I got a 4090. It's my duty. It's my duty and my responsibility to make sure nobody says anything bad about Nvidia because they are the master. And shut the fuck up, dude. Nobody gives a shit about your stupid Nvidia card. Only 2%. What is it? Like 1% of gamers have 4090s. Trust me, dude. I really doubt you're one of those. And if you are, whoo boy, whoo, that is some next level cope, dude. If you I got a 4090, I got the best card, but I got to sit in an AMD chat room and make sure that nobody says anything bad about Mr. Nvidia. That shit's weird, bro. That is some straight cope crap. That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. That's weirder than somebody liking AMD. Weird, buddy. Stop making faces. No, dude, this is my channel. You came here. I get to do whatever I want. You're the one that's being entertained, not me. You're the one that came for entertainment. I'm giving you what you still haven't paid for. Why would I give you my email? And why would I want you to you know, what are you gonna do? You gonna grab some picture off the internet and be like, yeah, see, I got a 4090. I have one. The butt hurt is real. I don't care what you have. You guys always talking about us. Oh, I know. It's crazy, dude. I don't know, man. Like, what the hell is on? What is wrong with Nvidia fans, dude? What is wrong with them? Like, seriously, what the hell is wrong with you? I'm clearly entertaining you, bro. Exactly. I don't care if people like him. I like Nvidia. I wouldn't keep spending money on Nvidia. Gosh, dude. I mean, I literally just spent another $1,000 on one of these, bro. On this right here. Look, $1,000, bro. $1,000. Thousand. Actually, I spent $1,200 because I had to buy a stupid bundle just to get this. Just to get this. $1,000. It's a good thing I can make my money back on the channel, though. Oh. AM4 will last till it's truly dead. I don't. That's funny, huh? They're just putting out more CPUs for AM4. I'm like, oh no. Oh no. It's going to live forever. See, you guys always talk about like the selling and shit. Okay, let's think about this. Okay, let's think about why Nvidia is so popular at the lower end of the freaking at the lower end of the stack. You have a lot of 4060, a lot of 3060, a lot of these pre-builds that are right around $1,500 to $1,600, which is attainable for the average console gamer that is coming from console that has been wooed into thinking that PC is going to change their lives forever. The problem is now is that both the 4060, the 3060, and the 5060 are 8 gigabyte GPUs, therefore making it very hard for these cards to be able to run some of these newer games. That's why. That is the only reason that these keep selling a lot, Mr. Norwegian Drone Pilot. It's not that they're best value or they're best, because we all know the 60 series from Nvidia are absolute trash now. The last good 60 series card was probably the 30 or the 2060. To be completely honest with you, the 2060 Super was probably the last good 60 series card before the new gen games started coming out and 8 gigabytes just not being enough. If you want to be technical and good. Ja Crispy 69 gives Drew $4.99. Please, Captain Radeon, justify my poor financial decision by buying a 4090 and make me feel important again. I'm not going to do that, buddy. I'm not going to do that. Sad face. I am not spending that much money on one GPU so that I can look down on all of my people and be like, I'm better than you. I'd never do that to you guys. I would never do that. I'm sorry, guys. I would have bought a 4090, but I bought that camera instead. I like that camera way more. That camera is way gooder than a 4090. Way gooder. Guaranteed 6K, 120 FPS. Guaranteed. Always, every time. Never freaking no frame rate stutter, no nothing. It's just beautiful. Absolutely incredible. 4090 is already outdated. There's a 5090. 4090's trash now. Don't you know? RTX. I told you be neutral and admit when you were wrong and people wouldn't bash your ass. I don't care if people bash me, dude. Like, I don't freaking care. I sometimes I care, sometimes I don't care. Most of the time I just don't give a shit. I just don't care. Like I've bought both of these systems, and if you don't like my truth, you don't have to listen to my truth, but that is my truth, my experience. And like seriously, dude, you're probably not even big enough to talk to me like that. Like seriously. Like I grew up in the days when like yeah, you know what I mean, man? Uh just because you can all cap in the in the next week on the 6th, Naban on the 6th, March 6th is when you can pick up your 9070 or 9070 XT for the very low price of $549 or the extremely low price of $600. 5070 Ti needs to be $300 or Nvidia's going to go out of business. That's why I don't consider myself a fan of any companies. You know, honestly, if we really get down to it, Emmanuel, like I could end up buying a 9070 XT and it could turn into be a shit experience, and the 5070 Ti could turn out to be the better experience. We're just gonna have to wait and find out. Like people jump on my shit right now, and it's like, dude, my 9070 XTX has been a beast. Like I have nothing really negative to say about AMD. Like it has been good for me. So I'm not going to sit here and spout stupid shit that everybody else spouts about Nvidia being the best when I have not experienced that myself yet. I have not experienced Nvidia being the best. Well, let's put it this way. I haven't experienced Nvidia being significantly better to the point where I would recommend that over AMD. I seriously, after what I've experienced, I couldn't look anybody in the face and be like, yeah, you should literally pay more money for Nvidia because it's the best. I can't say that. I have not experienced that experience. Now I could look at somebody dead square in the face after using this LG C2 and be like, yeah, you should get the LG C2 because it is a premium experience. And I've tried over a Vizio, I could say, yeah, definitely spend the extra money on the LG because it is a premium experience. Now, I couldn't say that when I first got it because I was looking at just the Vizio and I was like, yeah, man, there's no way that that's better than this. But then after I experienced the LG C2 in all of its premiumness, I can literally look you in the eye and be like, I would recommend the LG over the Vizio any day of the week because you will get your money's worth. That I can do. If Nvidia is so much better than Radeon, how come I cannot do that after as much money as I've spent on Nvidia and AMD? How come I can't bring myself to say, yeah, you should spend the extra money on Nvidia because it's better? I just can't say that. I can't say that. I mean, it does that to me often. What's that?
Homemade whipped cream.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't want none of that. I want more soup though. Is it all gone? We ate it all.
Okay. Well, I can make more.
No, it's fine. I'll just go make me a steak after I'm done with this. Oh, it's already 9:00.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how late it was. See, I don't know why I just don't get it why you guys why the Nvidia fans get so riled up. And that's just me being honest, man. Had I experienced the experience with Nvidia that puts it over and above what I get from AMD, then I could literally tell you, yeah, maybe you should spend the extra money for Nvidia because you get this, and this, and the experience is always a more premium experience. Whereas the AMD side, you get this, and this problem versus, but you can deal with this if you need to save money. See, I've always experienced Radeon as being as good as Nvidia or better in some ways where the only thing that Nvidia has is essentially up till now tick demos. Tick demos. Tick demos. Mm. Well, sorry, dude. When you bring my wife into it, you kind of get booted. Sorry, buddy. Hasta la vista. Hasta la vista. You don't bring my wife or my children into anything, you will not be here no more. Enjoy your 5090 or 4090 or whatever. Go have fun with that, buddy. Sorry, I have a zero tolerance for that shit. I wish Nvidia frame gen hardware could be used for optical flow of recorded video, frame interpolation for speed ramping. That makes sense. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Do you think AMD will truly gain market share? I don't necessarily think they're going to gain market share, Joe. I think they're more in a building phase. And you know what? To be completely honest with you, Radeon is in an interesting. This is the way I look at it. From not only from a consumer point of view, but from like a business type of view. Is the more that AMD tries to placate the market and pretend that they are, and the more they try to pretend that they're there to save you from Nvidia, the worse it's going to be for them if they cannot produce products that are going to be able to stand on their own without significant price cuts. They have to have a product that you buy it and you're happy with it. And then you decide, yes, I want to stay with Nvidia or I want to stay with AMD. And then the next product cycle that comes out, when they're thinking, oh, maybe I should get Nvidia this time or something, they need to have a product that is going to be good every time and always be there. So yeah, if they're going to take market share, it's going to have to be from growing the market. To be completely honest with you, like people that are stuck on Nvidia, bro, they're not looking to leave. They're not looking to leave Nvidia. Like they're not. They're just not. I mean, maybe Nvidia gets to the point where they overstep their boundaries and charge way too much, but AMD needs to grow the market. AMD needs to grow the market outward for them to gain market share. To be completely honest with you. So every time people are like, "Oh, they need to be cheaper," they don't. They make a good enough product to where they can charge just as much or slightly less than Nvidia. They just need to grow the market outward instead of trying to take Nvidia customers. Nvidia customers are clearly satisfied with the products they receive. So that's my take on it. They need to grow outward. They need to bring those people that are graduating console over to AMD. That's where their market growth is. I mean, yeah, they'll pull off some people. Maybe they can take like 3060 bros, 4060 bros, but they need to be able to grow the market outward. Oh yeah, I think Nvidia is at the point where people are like, "Oh boy." I mean, this is an interesting Nvidia definitely put AMD in an interesting predicament this generation. They do have the opportunity to probably subvert some Nvidia fans for a generation, but to truly keep them as AMD fans after doing that, people are just going to go right back to Nvidia. Nvidia will be like, "Okay, I'm sorry," like this, like in the South Park Bigger Longer Uncut when he's like, I can change," and then like they're like, "Okay," they'll come right back. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, I've been bad," and then they lower the price a little bit and get them back, and then they just start turning the heat back up on them again. Yeah, Joe, I get it, bro. I did the same thing. I went from a 3080 10 gig over to a 7900 XT, and now I'm there. I'm AMD. So there are those people, but like I said, bro, I feel like they have to grow outward. I feel like they have to grow the market, and they're doing that. APU, CPU, data center, that's building them name recognition. That's building them the word of mouth and stuff like that. The GPU thing is going to come. It's just obviously people are like, oh man, AMD's behind. But what they don't understand is, yeah, AMD's behind, but Nvidia is only going to be able to grow these technologies to a certain point. And by that time, AMD will be like, all right, well, we're right there with you now when they actually matter, because that's pretty much where we're at with ray tracing. Is this generation that games are starting to force it in there? You go play um anything. So go play Indiana Jones with the regular ray tracing on an XTX. It works just fine. You turn on the path tracing, then it starts to cripple it. And I really do think that that has more to do with like the with like like if you try to play that stuff on an Nvidia card, it's really not that great either until you turn on like DLSS and everything else. The 3080 was the first time I think Nvidia really messed up with that damn 10 gig shit, because that shit just wasn't going to cut it. You had AMD putting out a 6800 XT that had 16 gigs of VRAM that's still doing good today. And Nvidia trying to peddle that art ray tracing shit that you couldn't even use anyways. I think all really AMD needs to do to really be successful in the PC market and the DIY is to just bring out a product and be honest about it. Just be honest. Let people know, hey man, and listen to the fans. Like if fans are like, hey man, we want more ray tracing, then like, yeah, find a way to put in more ray tracing or something. They're so programmed. Yeah, they definitely are programmed with the benchmark FPS shit. That's true. I honestly believe, Emmanuel, that AMD makes a better gaming experience GPU. I just feel that way. Like I'm always blown away when I turn on my AMD GPU, even with like Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay, I'm playing this game on the exact same monitor, 5070 Ti, 7800X3D, 7900 XT, XTX, 7800X3D. I'm playing it on the same monitor and, same settings, everything. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, why the hell? Why the hell does the AMD side always just look better to me? How come I can distinctly notice when I play on Nvidia versus AMD? And the only difference is FSR versus DLSS in that scenario. So DLSS looks a little bit more like, I don't, it's almost like it strips out that like atmosphere. Like I can't explain it, dude. It's weird. You like literally have to go from one to the other, back to the other, and see it. And like once you see it, and you'll get that like aha moment, and you're like, wait a minute, this really does look different. And then your eyes will tell you exactly which one you like more. ARM GPUs, oh yeah, maybe. I would just like to see. I would just like to see how much GPUs do I actually own right now? Just two. I actually just got rid of the 4070 Super. My friend at work, he took that. I hate it when, yeah, dude. Like your eyes will never lie to you, bro. They will always tell you exactly what you like better. Uh, the 3D look when I turn on HDR on my monitor and turn down the sharpness, I think it has exactly, bro. Maybe that's the case. Maybe it is the colors. but it's still, tied to like the color. That 3D pop, bro. If you turn down the sharpness, if you have the sharpness up, everything just looks more 2D. Like it doesn't look like there's any kind of anything separating it. But you turn the sharpness all the way down and you get like this 3D pop that looks good. And if you're like downsampling, it looks even better. You have 4 GPUs? I'm sorry. I am kind of mean to the people that like come and like I do you guys disagree with that? Like, I mean, dude's got a 4090 and he's in here giving me a hard time trying to tell me what I like. I'm like, you either got a 4060, bro, or you're on a PlayStation 4 Pro. I don't understand why a 4090 guy would be in here trying to tell me. Have I had a bad experience with an OLED? No. This monitor's OLED. My LG ultra wide, like this is OLED, and then that is OLED. My TV over there is OLED, and then this monitor right here is a IPS. So I like IPS and OLED. Ooh. Yeah, OLED is awesome, man. Like it's gonna like it blows your mind. Like you put something on an like I'm serious. Like you could probably get a good monitor and get a better upgrade than buying a new GPU sometimes. Like seriously, I think monitors have a lot to do with just how much better your games look. I think 1440p is the absolute best thing though, because then you get high refresh rate gaming and still get good quality image. Yeah, probably. Does he have a channel? Does that dude have his own little channel? They probably do that. I know that every once in a while I'll jump over on like Daniel Owens and like question him. I'm like, I don't know. I just think ever since he started getting like I don't have a problem with Daniel Owens, but I feel like ever since he started getting those free Nvidia GPUs, bro, I just kind of feel like he's changed, man. It's just like he's like, yeah, Nvidia, and it's like, okay, well, when Nvidia is a complete monopoly, bro, then what do we do? What do we do? We just get. I mean, you see what Nvidia is doing with the 50 series. We just get more of that, bro. We just get broker and you get free GPUs. We get broker, you get free GPUs. We get broker, you get free GPUs. See where I'm going with that, bro? Like, if you don't have to pay for these things anymore, your opinion no longer represents the common gamer, because you no longer are part of that. You are now an advertisement. Period. Plain and simple. That's what I think. Once you get free stuff, you are an advertisement. Period. You know what I mean? And that's the way, I cover a lot of stuff that people send me free on this channel. And I want people to know that. Like when I'm covering something, essentially I'm a free advertisement now. Like that's what I'm doing. I'm advertising that product. They give me a free product. I decide if I like it or not. I put a video out on the channel. That's the way it goes. Like I'm essentially an advertisement for that product. There's thousands of products that are the same and do the same damn thing. You're just seeing a product from a brand, from me, from somebody that you watch. That's the difference. That's the only real difference, bro. I mean, I could say that stuff in a live stream because I want people to know that it's like, yeah, dude, like if I'm covering like free stuff, bro, like it's an advertisement. If AMD sends me free GPUs, yeah, dude, it's an advertisement, bro. That's because they want to, they want people to see somebody enjoying their product. They send out so many free GPUs to all these people, and then they never they get zero return on investment other than their little card, like their GPU name on a little bar on a little chart. You know what I mean? Like that is the worst type of return on investment you could ever get for a product. Like I said, like I reached out to AMD and Nvidia and I told them both, hey, send me free GPUs, and neither one of them have taken me up on that. But like I'm gonna actually use them. And I wouldn't want them to send me, like a 5090 and a 5080 and a 5070 Ti, and I wouldn't want the whole stack. I just want one of each that I can compare throughout the generation. They do bugs. They change pretty quickly, and it's like I don't think they do it. I For some reason, dude, I kind of just feel like they owe these companies something. It's like, no, dude, you built your community. Your community trusts you. If anything, you owe your community. You don't owe these damn corporations. You owe the community. Could that put you in a position to where you might not get a GPU from them? Yeah. But then your community gets to be like, hey, wait a minute, dude. All of a sudden they're not giving my best good favorite YouTuber GPUs anymore. Sus. That is suspicious. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't have a problem with Asus either. My new GPU is Asus. My ROG Ally is Asus, bro. My 1080p monitor is Asus. I like Asus. I like MSI. I like LG. I like these name brand things too, guys. Like I said, if I thought Nvidia was the best, I would definitely represent it as the best. I don't know. It's not that I don't like Nvidia. I do like Nvidia. That's why I have one of these. Yeah, look at that. It's so pretty. I'm gonna have to put this box like up there or something. I gotta find a spot for this box. Gotta have it like sitting up like that. Like, huh? So it's gotta do like all the other YouTubers, man. I gotta have like Nvidia paraphernalia like everywhere the whole time so that people can see it. Be like, yeah, man, you got an Nvidia. Oh wait, if I do this, look, boop. I gotta get them at the right height. Boom, perfecto, perfecto. Yeah, baby. There we go. Nvidia advertisement. Gee, look, I got Nvidia box in my thing. 9070 XT is going to be the 90 or 7900 XTX. No, I think the XTX is still going to be a better GPU. In a lot of ways. 7900 XTX has a wider bus, more memory, more VRAM. I still think the XTX is a very good card. If you have an XTX, there's no need. There's no desire. There's no need to upgrade to a 9070 XT. Oh boy. You're more interested in a 9070 XT than a 5070 Ti? Okay, well let's play Dixon. Let's play devil's advocate for a minute. 5070 Ti does have a more robust and established AI upscaling infrastructure. So you're getting like 700 games versus 30 out of the gate. Obviously, by 2025, by the end of 2025, AMD is saying that you will have 75 games. So if you look at that, 5070 Ti still has a leg up on AMD. But you also have, depending on how you play, depending on how you position yourself, if you're on 1440p or whatever, I think 9070 XT will get you by on native resolution, maybe a little bit of slight upscaling. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think the 5070 Ti still does have an edge. I just don't know if it has a $400 edge, bro. You know what I mean? But yeah, 9070 XT is definitely something that I would prefer to have. Oh, if it runs as good as my XTX, then I feel confident that that card will be able to power the 3440 by 1440p monitor and do very good at that. So you're going with 9070 XT 350 watt. That's a good. See, if you're going from so if you're going from like 3060, okay, this is when I would make the change to like an AMD card, okay. If you're going from like 3060, you're coming from console, you're 4060, you are, a few generations old, like a 20 series Nvidia card, maybe even 30 series to that extent. Yeah, then I see going to AMD as a big enough upgrade over what you already have to 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 get rid of any of those uncomfortable feelings that you might have at first, and then you build from there. Like it's not one of those things that you're going to go like you're going to have a 4080 and your 4080 Super and you're going to go to like a 7900 XTX and you're going to be like, "Wow, this is way better." You know what I mean? Like you have to like make a jump. Like you have to make a jump. Like if you go from like a 5070, Norwegian buddy, this was $939 MSRP for 5070 Ti Prime graphics card from Asus. OC edition, 16 gigabytes, PCI 5.0, DLSS 4, ray tracing, reflex studio. The MSRP was $939. So that's like almost $400. I'm not lying. I'm not being deceitful at all. I'm being very true. Find me, yeah, exactly. Find me a 5070 Ti at 750, bro. Yeah, I think they did too. I think the 9070 550 is going to be a set price for that card just because I think the 9070 XT is going to be higher. I think the AIBs are going to be priced significantly higher than $600. Like you're going to pay up to $700, $800 for the 9070 XT. If you really want that card, you're going to pay more money for it. Be ready. Please be ready for that, guys, because I do believe that that is going to be the case. Like expect to pay more money for that. But I think you can also expect to only have to pay 550 for the 9070. I feel like you could probably expect that. Maybe there are a couple outliers and there's a few of them that are a little bit like $600, 650 or something. But I think that you can pretty much expect to be able to find 9070 at 550 pretty regularly. It's not gonna be. I mean, there's only two companies that are guaranteeing $600 models, and that's XFX and Power Color that are guaranteeing like a Reaper model and a like the what is it called again? The Swift, the XFX Swift. So yeah, I don't do any overclocking at all. That's a good price, Emmanuel. 2 to 3 months. Feel like tech reviewers are gonna still recommend 5070. They are. They are fizzy soda. Of course they are. Yeah, you should use the 5070 because you just got DLSS 4. Just get the DLSS. Huh? Just get the DLSS. It's better. It's DLSS. Yeah, you're right. They're definitely going to recommend 5070. 12 gigabytes is going to be fine. Huh? Oh, I see. AMD is going to be a better value. It's going to have better VRAM, but they're still going to recommend that you buy. I I don't want to get like copyrighted.
You won't. It's me singing. If it was actually the music, you would get copyrighted.
I think since the high end XFX 9070 XT is 750, we can find good price base modes. Maybe. Oh, yeah. What Founders Edition? Hey, wait, where's the I want a Founders Edition. Those cards look really cool. I would love a 5070 Ti Founders Edition. Sneaky, sneaky. It's not an AMD vape. Well, maybe it is. Oh, I'm going with AMD this time. I always had an Nvidia jumping ship. Team Red, I put 900 back for GPU. See, I think you'll be able to easily find one at 9.
It's hot in here.
I would, yeah, we turn on that hall fan, Hunter.
I gotta go to bed. I have to work.
Yeah, I know. Sapphire card. I want a
Are you gonna let
sapphire.
me do your back now, Missy?
Mid-range AMD. There isn't one. There should be one. There should be two of them. I never thought about switching to Linux. Back a while ago, Crispy, I used to use Ubuntu, and I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm over my Linux days, bro. I mean, Ubuntu was fine. I have tried Linux before, just not recently. Probably back in what? Um, I would say 2007 is when I was playing around with that kind of stuff back then. Kind of why I was going to college and stuff. I was playing around with that stuff back then. I don't. Yeah, I have no desire to do it now. Most of that was all on laptop, anyways. I didn't even. I've never. I didn't get a desktop until I started this channel. But before that, I was always. I pretty much always had a laptop for the most part. Gigabyte still looks good. Sapphire Nitro 9070 XT. That looks like a very good card. I was thinking about going Sapphire, but I think I might actually go with like Power Cooler this time or just stay with XFX. I don't really. XFX has been very good. Yeah. I can't believe that it's pretty decent nowadays. I bet. I bet. I don't know. I mean, maybe like could like side load like Linux or something. I don't know. I'm not interested in all of that kind of stuff. I'm just interested in playing video games and creating content, and Windows and everything just works fine for me. Ooh, power cooler. Nvidia has conditioned the minds of PC gamers into thinking they need upscaling. Oh yeah, dude. Why do you think it? Why do you think it's like every time they hand out free GPUs to these guys, the DLSS. It's like they have to say DLSS 50 times per video, bro. It's like, oh my gosh. Dude, that stuff started getting spouted so much after DLSS 1. Oh my gosh. And it was like every time I'd buy it, on the 30 series and it was DLSS 2 and I'm looking at it and I'm like, dude, this looks like shit sometimes. And everybody was like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. It's way better. It's way better. I'm like, whatever, dude. It just, yeah. Like, I'm like sitting there in the middle of an Assassin's Creed game showing you guys, and there's a bird flying and it's got like this black streak all the way behind it. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, you guys want me to believe your nonsense over my own eyeballs? I'm like, I don't know about that. And then even on DLSS 4, my friends, yes, even on DLSS 4, I can see it in games like Alan Wake 2, bro. I got some footage recorded. I can see it, man.
Junior.
You know what? Let me do that. Let me do that. I'm gonna show you guys something real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Boop. PC should be on here somewhere. Sheesh, no, it's on that PC. Hold on, I gotta transport it from this PC to this PC. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find this specific video. Okay, I think we're getting closer. I think we're definitely getting closer. I wish I would have named it, but I was going through this and just creating these videos. Dang it. I don't know where it is, man. I thought I'd recorded that. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't record that. Maybe I did. Oh, that's the newest one. I don't think I did. Gosh dang it, guys! I had this footage of oh gosh, what the heck, Alan Wake 2, and I was going through this, and I had like this, like the DLSS 4 was like freaking out, man. Like you go into the diner and there's like a little sign on the door, and it was like freaking out, all yellow. Oh, because I was behind the microphone. Sorry. I was looking. I was trying to see if I had this thing over there, but I can't find it. I can't find it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh man, I thought I had recorded that. Maybe I didn't. Like sometimes there's some video thing. Like I'll try to record footage and it just doesn't work. Oh, it was fun. I think 4 GB increases. But my friends, the $50 price difference sucks. I prepared. I don't think it sucks because I think the 9070 is worth $550. The obviously the 9070 is worth $550, but people try to make it seem like no, there's got to be a bigger cut in. Like you're gonna be able to find the 9070 for $550 on launch, like all over. The other one, you're not gonna be able to find the 9070 XT for $600 everywhere. So prepare yourself for that. So when you're out there looking and you see the 9070 XT for like 650, 700, $750, and then you see the 9070 for 550, you'll understand. With RTSS, it's always look kind of jumpy. No, I don't cap them. If I cap them, well, I mean, yeah, like when I'm just playing, yeah, I mean, I guess I could do that. I do have a capture card, but when I tried to use that, people started freaking out. They're like, "You're not being fair to Nvidia." So I'm like, "Whatever, dude. I'm just not gonna use it no more." But all right, guys, my wife has got to get ready for bed, so I will see you guys.
You're fine. You can keep chatting if you want to, sir.
Are you gonna sleep through me chatting
Yep. I fall asleep to you talking all the time.
with all my lights on? You're just gonna suffer through it?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Chat away.
I mean, I'm willing to pay up to like $900.
I'm not.
She's not. I am. I'm willing to pay. I guess I'm gonna stay for a little while. I thought she was wanting to go to sleep, but I guess not. She wants to stay. She wants to stay, so we'll stay. No, I'm staying. I'm staying. We'll stay a little bit longer. We could probably do 3 hours. I might be able to stay up later. I might be able to stay up past my bedtime tonight. I'll be able to stay up a little while longer. I need to charge my watch though. My watch is dying. My watch is dying. Oh man, dang it! I shouldn't have said I was leaving. Now everybody's leaving.
Nope, nope. Time to get off then.
No, only we've only lost 8. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. We're just gonna keep going. She's being nice. She's letting us stay up past our bedtime. I don't have to go to bed yet. Mama said I could stay up a little bit later. Because she's got works to do. Steven, I would compare XESS, but I do not have an Intel card. So I don't feel like it's fair to cover Intel without having an Intel card. On the stuttering in some games. I mean, obviously, I can lock most of these games to like 60 frames per second, 70, whatever. Yeah, I could do that, but sometimes I like to run unlocked, man. My PS5 base is collecting dust. I do lock some games. I've locked some games. It's taking it slow. Nice, nice. Yeah, $900 should get you a very good GPU. But I do it with a 4090. Why would I do a 4090? Fight on. I'm done. What are you done with? Yeah, stick to your budget. Don't go over $900. There's no reason for that. I don't know. Like, what is your goal? Like, that's the thing. Is like, what is your goal? Are you going for like maximum settings all the time, and you just want the absolute freaking best you can get? Are you gonna be smart and are you gonna go for 4K? Like, what are you doing, man? If you're going for 4K, I don't know what to do. I don't recommend people go for 4K. I if you want 4K, that's like that's like forcing yourself to upgrade every generation. Like, you don't really have a choice. If you're gonna go 4K, you kind of have to. Gosh, why does my back burn when I cough? That
your lungs are back there.
that is crazy. Oh, like that sucks. It like burns all the way up my spine. The 4K is an absolute trap. It is. I mean, it looks nice. So look at it this way. If you buy a GPU and you can put a game on there and you can play it at 4K 60, okay? Say you can get like 4K 60 out of a game without having to use any upscaling or anything. Play that game on 4K. If you try another game and you can't do that, if you have to use upscaling to play a game at 4K, then your game is probably going to be better played at 1440p. You're going to get better performance, you're going to get native resolution, and you're going to have a better time. Honestly, your resolution on 1440p versus 4K is not bad. I think a lot of people is what happens is you get a 4K screen and then you play like something at 1440p or 1080p or something like that, and it looks awful on your 4K display. So you automatically think in your mind that 4K 1440p resolution is bad or 1080p resolution is bad, when that's not the case. If you're playing on a native 1440p monitor or a 1080p monitor, ultra settings looks incredible. It looks incredible. And really high frame rates looks great. You really don't understand like until you see it. Like the visual clarity I get on the 3440 by 1440p, it looks incredible. It looks incredible. I I have, okay, so I've got Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and I play it on my ultra wide right here. I play it on the ultra wide. When I'm playing it on the 4K screen at 4K, native 4K, whatever, when I get up on top of a mountain or a hill and I look out across, because you know how the draw distance is on that game, like it like cuts off and it's really freaking aggressive. Like you're running and you're seeing grass growing like right in front of you. You're seeing the ground bubble up in front of you with the tessellation and stuff. So when you're on a 4K screen, like you see that stuff in it and you see all of those flaws. But if you're on 1440p and you're looking out from the same mountain, it doesn't look as bad, and you barely notice the draw-in. You barely notice the tessellation coming up. So you tell me, what is a better experience? And not having that shit visible, or seeing all of that, but having it like really crisp so that you can actually see it really good. That's what I'm talking about. Like 1440p blurs that line perfectly. Perfectly. You get to experience them older games. They still look incredible. You can get an ultra wide monitor so they look even better. And you got OLED. You've got a more dense looking overall image. And I think that the texture quality actually looks better on those older games than it does even on some of the newer games. The texture quality looks better at 1440p than it actually does at 4K. Yes, if you downscale, you get even better image quality. For real, like you do. So when you're out there thinking that like 4K is the best, 4K is the best because it has the most pixels and it is clearly the sharpest, crispest, cleanest image you can get. The clarity is significantly higher than 1440p and 1080p. So if you're playing a game like Call of Duty that runs extremely well on all hardware, get a 4K screen. You can run that game and it looks good. If you're playing a lot of these single player, first person or single player games, you're playing a lot of like these high quality visual type stuff, you want a 1440p monitor because you want higher frame rate. You want a good feeling game. So I'm saying that 1440p OLED is probably the absolute best you can get, best bang for your buck. You can literally get this monitor, this LG monitor that I got right here, and a 9070 XT for the same price as a 4080 or a 5080. You can get them both, 9070 XT and this monitor, for the price of a 5080. And you'll have a much better time. Because it's only slightly worse. It's like within 10%. Yeah, exactly. RSR actually is not bad. To be completely honest with you, it's not horrible. I've seen it. I've used it a couple of times, and I'm like, wow, that actually doesn't look horrible. But then again, it's like most games, most of them older games, they kind of do already just look bad. There's some games that hold their visual style pretty well, but then there's some that just they fall apart very quickly after launch. 1080p. Brandon MCC. I think you should. What GPU would you like? What resolution are you going to play on? Are you playing on 1440p? What are you doing? I need a little bit more information than that. Personally, I would tell you absolutely get a 9070 XT. Shit, why like getting a 5080 or a 5090 right now? That's just literally throwing money in the trash. That's literally throwing money away. You're not even getting them at MSRP. So yeah, that's just throwing money away. $1,300 is a good GPU, and I honestly think that if you get a 9070 XT and you play around with that and you have the right, a lot of it's going to be your monitor, what resolution you're playing at, and what you're trying to do, what games you're trying to play. A lot of it really does come down to that. Like there's no real easy way to be like, yeah, you should just get this because it's going to be the best. Um, 9070 XT is definitely going to be a very performant card. Like you're going to have a really good 1440p experience, and you're going to have a decent 4K experience with upscaling. Like you're gonna like no matter what you need upscaling on a 9070 XT for 4K. I need it on this 5070 Ti. 5070 Ti absolutely have to use upscaling for 4K on a lot of new games. 50 series is just not. I don't think it's trash, my friend. I don't think it's trash, Steven. I think it is more of. I don't think the uptick was big enough in terms of raw performance, but frame generation, multi-frame generation is not bad. It's not bad. It actually is pretty convincing, and I feel like this generation is the casual generation. Like the casuals are gonna eat this shit up and be like, "Yeah, man, this is awesome frame generation. I get 200 frames, blah 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 blah," and they're gonna eat that shit up and they're gonna be like, "Yeah, this is actually pretty cool." But in terms of like enthusiasts, hardcore PC gamers, they know what they're 5090, the 5090. Are they going to spend the extra money for 30% uptick over 4090? That's where they're at. There's nothing in the Nvidia 50 series that doesn't scream, "Hey, dude, you are a casual. You're going to buy this for your casual gaming. Have fun." You know what I mean? That's where they're at. That's where we're at with the 50 series. The 50 series is the casual generation, and they are making them casuals pay. They're going to learn. They're going to learn very quickly that like being an Nvidia fanboy has its cost. You're going to pay for that. You're going to pay to play. The biggest thing is okay, the biggest reason you're paying significantly more for these Nvidia GPUs. This right here, where is it? The 16 gigabytes of GDDR7. You guys notice how it's significantly faster, right? It's like what, 28 gigs a second or something? It's faster. Well, in games, in just gaming workloads and stuff that we're doing, it really doesn't do. There's not a big enough benefit for that memory. AI applications, on the other hand, though, really favor faster memory. So even this card right here, 5070 Ti with its 16 gigs of VRAM, gives it the ability to run certain large language models all on that memory. 16 gigabytes is enough to run, a fairly decent size, parameter, like what is it, like 8 billion or something. I don't know exactly. I'd have to read it again, but you can actually put a large language model and run that on your system with the 16 gigs of VRAM, and 28 gigs a second makes it faster. So you get more tokens per second when running that. So it actually is more beneficial for the overall AI. Gamers, it's funny watching gamers be like, "Yeah, man, we get GDDR7," and it's like, really? Like maybe you get an extra frame? I haven't really noticed any major uptick from that versus what I was getting on a 4080 Super with, you know what I mean, with the same 16 gigs of 16 gigs of GDDR6 X with, you know what I mean? It's pretty much performant the same. So that's pretty much where the 50 series sits. These cards are more designed to take advantage of the AI bros. These aren't even really made for you guys, for us gamers. How do I go about buying it without camping outside? I would probably just check out Newegg, Best Buy, or freaking Amazon. Like, you should be able to buy one. They've been stocking the market since December, so you should be able to find one fairly easy. I'd probably just look at Best Buy, Amazon, and Newegg. Yeah. Have multiple windows open, preloaded for all of them. Best Buy starts selling at 7 in the morning. So you'd want to start checking at 7 in the morning for Best Buy on the 6th. Amazon, I think they'd start at like 10 o'clock or something. Same with Newegg. Newegg should have some. May we all be able to find the AMD GPU of our dreams on the 6th. You can switch back to SATA SSD and not see much of a difference except on a benchmark. Yeah, pretty much. I think we keep getting led astray, honestly, with this, like, oh, this is faster, because it's like, dude, even if I went out and bought a Gen 5 Samsung SSD that's supposed to give you like 14 gigabytes of freaking, you're not even going to be able to use that. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like games already load in a second. What are you going to do? Load them in half a second? May the 6th be with you. Happy March. Yeah, is it already March? Not March yet. Still got 2 hours. 2 hours. Yeah, the Nvidia bros will probably come over and scalp AMD's GPUs because they're useless. I'm probably going for either a power cooler or XFX this generation. XFX are probably going to be the easiest to get. Or power cooler or FXX are probably going to be your easier ones to get. I think Sapphire are going to be scalped pretty quick, but I think the XFX or power cooler should be fairly easy. Maybe even you might be able to get an Asus Tough pretty easy. Those are going to be at Best Buy. Best Buy is going to stock Asus, Gigabyte, and I think Gigabyte still makes AMD cards. Yeah, they do. So Gigabyte, Asus, and XFX are going to be at Best Buy. Amazon should have Sapphire, Power Cooler. I think maybe you can get Power Cooler at Best Buy too. Maybe. I don't know. I just don't remember seeing them there. ASRock models. See, I've never bought an ASRock, but I'm pretty sure that you might be able to get one of those too. I don't know. I'm really hoping that AMD cards are easier to get than the Nvidia ones, but yes, it's time to upgrade, Mr. Steven. I have a power cooler. Be careful. This AIB runs hot. I've had a few thermals shut down with this card. Make sure you have sufficient cooling. I mean, my case is pretty big. I might actually buy a couple more fans for my H7 Flow. Yeah, Micro Center, dude, obviously is going to have stock. I just don't. There's no Micro Center close to me. I got Best Buy, Amazon, and Newegg. And if I have to order from Newegg, then I'm waiting 3 or 4 days. If I have to order from Amazon, it's anywhere from overnight to a day. And if I can get it from Best Buy, then I can go pick it up. I'm hoping Best Buy will just have one. I'm hoping AMD will just send me one, bro. I've been begging them. Please just send me one. No, I'm just joking. Actually, I'm not joking. I have reached out to AMD and Nvidia, but Nvidia was like, no, they didn't even answer me back. AMD said they'll get back to me on it. So I don't know. Know your Joe. What's up, buddy? Then I could be, if AMD sends me one, then I could be a real AMD show. A brand new one. Spider-Man 2 runs like slower SSD and HDD. Yeah. It ran hot out of the box. Let's see how hot my AMD runs. If I go over to performance, I'm getting my hotspot's 56C right now, and my GPU is 50C. And then when I'm usually playing, it's like 70, 80 maybe. So that's usually pretty decent. Google. How do we know what all models look like? I don't know yet. There is that little thing that you can look at for all the models. Yeah. Stress test it for 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Let me get it going. See if we can stress test this bad boy. Tuning. Stress test. Set that for 60, and 60 is 120, so 180. All right, 180. GPU temperatures rising. 69 on the hot spot, 70, 57. 15 seconds in, and we're already at 72C. I wish this would tell me the memory. I wish this would tell me the memory freaking heat too on this one. Screen capture. There you go. Now you guys can see it. We're at 75 C's, at 63 C's. We're a minute and 9 into it. I don't have GPU Z on this PC. I might download it on here though. The 7800 XT, I don't ever do any of the overclocking, so I will not give any kind of advice on that whatsoever, just due to the fact that it says it could void your warranty, so I'm not going to give anybody that information. Should show mem temps. It shows it on my on the other thing, but it just doesn't show it on this test right here. Florida, and I can't take it. Oh, what do you mean? Like the heat? Memory junction temp, it won't void nothing. Well, they say it voids, but I don't know about that. PTM 7950 cooling pads. I don't know, man. It stays pretty cool. I mean, we're 77 on the hotspot, 64 on the temp. Yeah, exactly. I've seen people like giving advice to like overclock and it like does nothing. It's like one frame and it's like why would you put that much extra why would you put that much extra stress on your freaking GPU for one frame? Like two frames. I'm like, why would anybody do that? The Bauer was like overclocking the 5070 Ti and it was like trash. It was like two frames. I was like, oh gosh, dude, that's so pitiful. I was like, my goodness. This is an overclocker. So yeah, I passed the test. 7900 XTX. That was pretty good test, man. It's pretty good. Does a good job. It's very very good. The Nvidia driver update on the 27th. No, dude. I was having like black screens, and then I still get black screens, so it's the same thing. But I've got a 1440p monitor, a 3440 by 1440p, and then a 4K TV all hooked up to it. So maybe that's what's causing the problem, man. Yeah, no. The 40 series, yeah, the 40 series and the 50 series, I think share the same 12 volt high power 16 pin or whatever. Undervolt is the way. I've heard a lot of people say that. I just don't even care. I just use it stock. Doesn't matter to me. When I first had this GPU, I turned on the quiet BIOS for the GPU and I was only at like 380 watts or something. Like that GPU right now, I got GPU Z up and it's running at 50C on the temp right now, or 41.7C. That 5070 Ti runs very cool. Like that's one good bonus for the Nvidia cards is it is running pretty cool. It says it's like a 300 watt, but I haven't seen that thing go over like 250. I haven't seen it go over 250. I was in Monster Hunter Wilds and that thing was like running at 200 watts, bro. And I was like, what the freak? Why is this game so damn stuttery? And why am I not getting more power out of this? Like, what is going on? What gives? Set your fan curves. Yeah. Boot into safe mode and dealt the update to get my PC top work. Oh, really? Yeah, I haven't had anything like that happen, Brody. Yeah, nothing like that. Just just black screens, and then I have to restart the PC. But it's still effectively free performance that's worthwhile. Has been doing better for overclocking, especially the RX 7800X TV RAM OC as well. Um, I never tried to overclock that card when I was using it. No, no, they're two 8 pin. They're two 8 pin, Brandon. There's some versions of the 9070 and 9070 XT that might take the 12 volt or the 12, yeah, the 12 volt pin, but most of them are two 8 pins. Really? Oh. I wanted a 5080 and I wanted the founders edition. I was really stoked and really wanted that card. I was pretty broken when I couldn't buy it. I was like, Nvidia lied to me. They said they would have stock, but they have no stock. Under Cody. Gave you a few more frames. Undervolting. Yeah, I've heard a lot about undervolting, but I tried like Fabio's freaking overclocking settings, and I was just like, this just sucks, dude. It's stupid. Why would anybody do this? That is a lot of freaking like, yeah, like why would anybody do that? Like for the uptick, I mean, like for the uptick you get, it's just like, duh, this is dumb. And so I tried it and I was just like, yeah, this isn't for me. I'm not overclocking. I mean, I know that you could probably like put like yeah, like so extreme overclocking just to see how far they could really push stuff. But I've seen them doing like liquid nitrogen and stuff like that type stuff to try to cool them, keep them cool and stuff. Yeah, I just thought the 5080 looked pretty cool, so I really wanted one. I was like, yeah, I am willing to pay for that because it looks cool. So happy with the launch pricing from AMD. Hopefully, we have similar pricing in my region. Makes me want to assemble a desktop again. I've been on laptops for oh wow, wow. Yeah, going from a laptop to a 9070 XT would be a mighty big jump, my friend. I think you would be quite surprised and satisfied with the overall performance that you would get. You know what the funny thing is with PC that I've learned over the last few years is that even when I was testing out that 7600 XT, okay, this card was 128-bit bus, had the 16 gigs of RAM. I still found gaming on that enjoyable. And when I first bought that 7800 XT, after having a 78900 XT, and I brought that home and I put it in, and I was playing all of my favorite games, and I was getting good frame rate, and I was having fun. I was playing at 1440p. I thought this card is awesome. Like, and I made a video. I was like, do we even really need more power than a 7800 XT? And like to this day, I really do think that finding everybody's tolerance is clearly going to be different. But I found that for me, as long as I can play the game and it looks good, and like I'm getting a stable, smooth frame rate, I could pretty much play on anything. Nvidia have better frame delivery latency than AMD. I've never noticed that. I've never noticed that Nvidia have better frame delivery ever. I've noticed that it depends on the game. Some games will be smoother on one than the other, but I've always noticed that AMD is a little bit more stable for me. Yeah. Nope. It was like, yeah, and it's gone. And it's gone. 3 seconds later. Great. I literally sat in a queue for 2 hours for them to tell me, nope, it's gone. I was like, dang, man, 2 hours and then it was gone. I was like, gosh, that really sucked. Well, I mean, I was in a queue for the for the MSRP one, and if I would have got that, I'd have been so happy. I was so mad at Nvidia that I just spent my money at Fanatec. I was like, fine, then I'll give Fanatec my money. You don't want it, Nvidia? I'm gonna buy the freaking steering wheel that I wanted. So yeah, I gave that money to them. I would love to be able to recommend a 4070 Super. Honestly, guys, I would love to be able to recommend that card, but like at 12 gigs of VRAM, you're pretty much stuck at like 1440p. And then you're not going to be able to use the features that you're essentially buying. The only 12 gigabytes of VRAM at 1440p, not bad. But in order to utilize the features that the ray tracing features and stuff like that, you kind of put yourself in a situation to where you can't necessarily do that comfortably. So that's why I have a problem recommending 12 gigabyte GPUs, especially if they are, because you know that if you buy an NVIDIA GPU, your first thought is, wow, I get ray tracing. I get DLSS. Digital Foundry told me my 4070 Super was a 4K card. And that's where it begins. Your downfall into like, I hate my life because this 4K sucks. You know what I mean? I don't know. 16 is yeah. I think 16 gigs of VRAM is perfect. You don't need a 4K wheel to play sim racing. Yeah, you don't. But I like them. No, I'm just joking. last 4 days and return it. Switch to 70. See, when I had both of those cards, I was testing the 7800 XT and 4070 at the same time and 4070 Super. And that was the conclusion that I came to after playing around on both of those cards, you know, playing some of my favorite games and just checking them out, checking out the features and stuff. I literally came to the conclusion that like I enjoy the 7800 XT more. Just because it was better over like the overall wow, I'm getting tired. The overall experience of 7800 XT because it had more VRAM, it had slightly more power. It was just a more like robust experience that yeah, I like that. Whereas like the 4070 Super and 4070, it was like, okay, this card's cool. Definitely got the DLSS, so I can utilize this, but I felt more secure with the 7800 XT. And I was having a better overall experience with that GPU. Cameron from Toronto, Canada. What is up, my friend? Welcome. Welcome to the late night with Froggy. Welcome to late night with... Oh, it's like 10 o'clock. It's like 10:30. Welcome to late nights with Froggy. We're going to be talking about the PC intricacy from a noob's point of view. No, I'm just joking. That's the thing. It's like you get all these people that have been doing PC for a very long time, so they're like conditioned and they're in that world and they've been in there, and so they automatically assume that they know what is best for everybody. Whereas like sometimes you just need a fresh pair of eyes to see the real problem. You know what I mean? Like you get in and you're like, okay, everybody believes Nvidia is the best, but why do they believe that? Is it nostalgia? Is it something that Nvidia still does? How do I come into this and I feel like I buy both and I'm like, wait a minute. Most of the stuff that people say just hasn't turned out to be true on either side. They say AMD is trash. I don't believe that. AMD is pretty good. They say Nvidia is the best. I don't believe that. I think they're both pretty damn good. I think they're both pretty dang. I'm in the West Coast ish. I feel that yeah, it's like midnight in New York. So I mean, if you're like wondering like what is the best thing, it's like this is what I usually recommend to everybody. Try them both if you can. If you have the ability, try them both. If you are on Nvidia the last generation and then this generation, I think you should switch to AMD or vice versa. If you're on AMD, switch to Nvidia. Try them both, man. Like know for yourself what's better. AMD might have had problems 10 years ago. Well, this is a new day and age, bro. Things change. Things get better. Chances of getting a 9070 XT on launch day? 100%. Even if I have to like beat somebody up. No, I'm just joking. I think our chances of getting a 9070 XT at launch are probably better than it was with the Nvidia chances. Well, at least that's what AMD is saying. Hopefully there's enough stock out there for people to be able to buy them and not have to worry about scalpers, because that would really suck if we get scalped on these cards too. I would, if you're in that lower range, you know, if you're in that $200 to $300 range for a GPU, then yeah, try Intel as well. Try Intel as well. But if you're a mid-range type of person, switch back and forth between, and when Intel puts out a mid-range, try that too. There's like seriously, guys, the difference between AMD and Nvidia is not that much. It's not that big. It's really not that big. Whatever you're missing out on AMD from Nvidia, like you're getting an equal or better AMD experience, like more VRAM or something else. Like you're getting, well, this generation, they're actually pretty spot on to each other. So this is the generation that like you could probably go either way and probably be happy. Don't go Intel or Nvidia. Nice, Slip. Nice. Yeah, you're right above me. I'm in Utah. You're just a few blocks away, man. Huh. Don't do it. Quality by tweaking graphical settings. There isn't much different. Oh, dude, I've noticed that too. Like I could play games at high settings and get more frame rate than turning on. Um, I think staying mid range is pretty sustainable too. Like if you're going mid range, if you can upgrade every generation mid range, where obviously look at what high end Nvidia is, man. It's like ridiculous every time. But being able to turn around and sell that Nvidia old stuff is pretty easy. Could eventually release a 9070 XTX down the line. It's possible, but I don't necessarily think they're going to do that. I mean, they might, but I think that, see, here's the thing, Cameron. PC is clearly one of those things where there's always going to be something better pretty quickly than what you buy. So you need to decide right then and there, what are you buying this card for and what are your goals? Get a 9070 XT and a 1440p monitor and you're going to be fine. Like you're going to be fine. I hate film grain. I turn it off every time. Oh, FOMO. FOMO is bad. The only reason I'm not going high end this time is because AMD isn't giving me a high end experience. AMD is forcing me into mid range. Oh man. Well, there's really no reason to focus on the high end. With the yields and the price of building that and the amount of cards that they're going to sell in the high end, there's really not enough reason to do that right now. I mean, you look at 5090 and like, yeah, AMD could get there, but at what cost, man? Like what freaking cost is worth it, you know? I mean, if Nvidia is at $2,000 for that GPU, AMD would be at 17. You know what I mean? So like what point does AMD like just be like, all right, we need to focus on what we can actually sell to a lot more people. And that makes more sense because for every one of those big GPUs, they could have had two or three other GPUs that they could sell for the same amount of money. You know what I mean? And still say AMD drivers are bad. Oh, I know, for real, huh? For real, dude. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. So insanely bad. Do more of these live streams? Yeah, I try. I'm gonna start trying. It just depends. Like maybe on the weekends, maybe on like Saturdays, Friday nights or Saturdays, I'll start doing live streams again. I need more members, so I think we're gonna do that. I need to start e-begging again, so that we can start making more money. So that I can do like those what are they? The members only streams and stuff. Like that'd be so cool. Ooh, AMD selling 9070 for 133, 255, and that price, no VRAM bundle. Huh. Yeah, exactly. 7900 XTX, and people were like, that's not a good deal. I'm like, what the heck are you guys talking about? They're like, yeah, get a 4080 Super for with 16 gigs of B. I'm like, no, don't do that. That's not a good idea. I've been completely satisfied with my 7900 XTX. I'm actually perfectly satisfied with just having that. Like I'm very happy with that card, man. I don't have an issue with any of the games I play on it. What do you mean on the GPU power connections? Does your PSU have both? AMD cards, most of them are going to have the dual 8-pin. And then some of them are going to have 3 8-pins. You know, like the top of the line XFX, and maybe like some of the other cards are going to have 3 8-pin. And then because there's like 340-watt power cards or whatever. But if you buy Nvidia, then yeah, you're gonna have the 16. You're gonna have the little power supply thing. I just don't trust that plug with 600 watts. I mean 340, 400, maybe 300. I mean 350 is pretty much where I'm like, whew, that's where I'm drawing the line, buddies. Like that 5080 is probably where I would draw the line with that card. Who was surprised that it's now chipping at even beating a 3090 Ti? Oh, I know, man. 6950 XT is a decent freaking card. I was like, wow, bro. Wow. AMD did good with the 6000 series, man. Like, I wish I would have bought a 6800 XT when I bought that 3080. When I bought that 3080 10 gig, bro, I wish I would have bought AMD first, man. I would have been so much happier. It'll be exclusive to the 90 series cards at launch, yes. FSR 4 will probably come to 7000 series at some time. 6000 series, maybe, if they can figure out a way to do that. But it will eventually come to 7000 series cards. I just don't see it coming to. I mean, I do see it coming to 6000 series cards, but maybe in like a way toned down form. Just because like the 6000 series has to use WMMA, so it's a little bit different than being able to actually run on the AI accelerators from the 7000 series cards and the 90s in the RDNA 4. Yeah, dude, a 600-watt GPU is kind of nuts. Really, it is. It's 3 8-pin connectors, but PSU has 2 8-pin PCIe cables. That's you're gonna need 3. If your GPU has 3, you want to have 3. Don't daisy chain. I mean, you can, but don't. I would just what card do you have that has 3 8-pin? Because there's gonna be 2 8-pin. The 3 8-pin are going to be the ones that are 340 watt. $9060 over the 90s. Yeah. I think 9060 and 9060 XT are going to be very good cards too. I think 9060 XT is probably going to be on par with 5070, cuz I think 9070 might actually be a little bit stronger than 5070 when that card comes out. XFX Magnetic 7900 XTX. Yeah, that one's going to have 3 8-pins. So that's probably one that. Oh yeah, the 7900 XTX has 3 8-pins. Mine has 3 8-pins. You're gonna want a power supply with 3 8-pins. I run mine on 1000-watt, so I have 3 actual 8-pins running to it. Power cooler has 3 8-pins. I got a third-party replacement and it's golden. Nvidia should be sued for this. Oh yeah. Nobody cares. Nobody cares that Nvidia does what they do to their people, man. It's crazy. It's absolute madness. It's crazy. I might just stay live all night.
Oh.
Let's just stay up all night. I can do dark stream.
Okay.
I could turn off.
You have to at least turn one light off.
Can I turn that one off?
Yeah, you do it.
Really? You're like right there. It's just a little stretch. It's just a little stretch. I forgot. I don't got to work tomorrow,
Yeah,
so.
but I have been up all day.
And I could turn off this light too, pal. And then I could dark stream, bros.
The air is freezing me out. So, Junior!
No, I like air. Just plug your hot blanket in.
Huh?
Plug in your hot blanket.
It's...
Okay, never mind.
Junior!
Boy!
I'll have him get my hot blanket.
I will give juice too.
Unless he's sleeping.
Damn boy. You go wake up boy. Go wake up boy.
I don't want to do anything. It hurts to get on and off the bed.
You lazy ass. You're lazy.
No, she got shots yesterday.
Are you lazy or you just got shots? Okay, go to bed. Go to bed. We'll eat steak tomorrow. I got more steak.
I gave her steak.
I know. We'll eat more steak tomorrow. Ooh, ack. I'll stay up. You know what? Yeah, we gotta try to get this.
All day anyways.
Yeah, I slept. I did. I slept most of the day. I was so sick, dude. When I cough, my whole back burns. It literally burns. I don't understand why. How do you expect 9070 XT compared to this? Pretty close, but I definitely think 9070 XT or 7900 XTX is going to be the better performant card overall. Obviously, ray tracing performance is going to be better on 9070 XT. AI upscaling at first obviously will be better until they actually bring it. You have so plug in your third. If you have 1,000 watt, then you should have 3 8-pin. You should have 3 8-pins. You just have to plug another one in. Get a flu vaccine? Absolutely not. No, they blocked me. They blocked me on X. Arrogant. Oh, hardware unboxed. Arrogant YouTuber telling AMD they need to give GPUs away for free or they're going out of business. I was like, sorry, AMD is not going to bend the knee. They're going to actually ask people to pay money for good products. That's crazy. I never got that. I was like, really, dude? You guys are going to sit here and say this out loud, knowing that you guys already have the GPUs, trying to put pressure on AMD. I'm like, no, dude, that's not how you do that. That's not how you do that. The way that Steve from Gamers Nexus did it, okay, cool, man. Instead of spouting out some number, just be like, look, this is what you guys always do. This is what happens when you do that. If you look at it this way and you understand this metric, and AMD knows that, dude. They literally know that, like, no matter what they do, people are gonna go right to Nvidia. They're going to go right to Nvidia. It doesn't matter what they price their cards at. They already know that. That's why they're like, look, we need to sell these to the people who want to buy them for the price that we need to make off of them. Frog Boy, would you rather have the RTX 5070 Ti or the RX 70 XTX? For sure. If you had to choose between this card right here and the XTX, I would go buy the XTX. The ray tracing and all of that stuff that you get on this right now, anyways, I don't know. I guess it really does depend on what games you're gonna play. If you're gonna be playing all the games with the RT and everything like that, I don't know, man, because this card still kind of struggles with games like, I put in Star Wars Outlaws, and it still struggles on that. Is the 5070 DOA? Absolutely not. The 5070 is going to sell very well. $550. They're going to sell that card very well. It's going to be 4070 Super or better, maybe 4070 Ti. that 4070 is going to do very well, or 5070 is going to do very well. People are going to buy that card, and like there are people out there that are not even going to think about AMD that are going to buy that card no matter what. Like that's how powerful Nvidia is they're going to put this card out, people are just going to buy it. They're going to buy 5070s, no problem. They're going to be like, yep, I'm buying it. Then there's Linus still showing. So exactly, man. Like that's the thing. All those other content creators, they just sit and cover Nvidia all day long. And so when they do put out an AMD video, it's always shorter. And it's always filled with just wisecracks and, whoa, man, AMD is always missing a chance to miss a chance. And it's like, whatever, dude. AMD is not missing a chance. They know the market better than we do. You know what I mean? And if they're really out there asking like YouTubers, what do they think? I mean, I get that AMD is probably like, man, we just want to make a card for gamers, but like there's so much pressure out there. If other gamers knew how I felt since buying an AMD GPU, I'm just like, damn, dude, I like this experience. I literally think Nvidia is way too overhyped, and I think AMD is way too underhyped. People should look at them equally. They really should. I mean, honestly, my experience with ray tracing and all of that stuff on any Nvidia card that I bought up to a 4080 Supra, it's not like earth-shattering great or anything. I mean, I'd still turn it off to have more frames. I'd rather have more frames. Yeah, AMD is pretty honest with this one. And it's pretty good. Yeah. Once these AMD GPUs come out next week, I think we'll all have a better understanding of how they're going to perform and what they're actually going to do. I think that I think that 9070 XT is going to get a little bit more attention just due to the fact that FSR4 is machine learning. So you're going to have a lot of buzz around that. But you're also going to have a lot of zooming into 1000% to show you pixel per pixel. You're going to have a lot of digital foundry shenanigans. Because I mean, think about it, dude. I mean, literally they came out with DLSS 4 and then started like really pointing out all of the pitfalls and stuff with DLSS 3 that like they didn't really go into detail like that when it came out. And they start showing you everything I've been saying about DLSS. And people are like, "Oh my gosh, DLSS 4 is better." You know what I mean? It's like, holy shit, they didn't even miss a beat. They're just like, "Oh my gosh, DLSS 4." And it's like, dude, I'm not even going to waste my time pointing shit out on DLSS 4 cuz I just don't care. Oh, it doesn't do full path tracing on 16 gigabyte cards. It brings it to its knees, Cameron. That's why I say you can't even use this shit. You can't even use it like fully unless you drop down to like 144p. Then you can do it. Path tracing is just a way to force you to keep upgrading your GPU every generation, because with path tracing, all they got to do is add another bounce and it will cripple your performance. And so that's why I don't ever buy any. That's why I'm not making any decision I do to buy a GPU on ray tracing at all. Ray tracing is basically a never-ending pipeline for you to just throw money in the trash. The more bounces, the harder it is. I mean, they're only like what, 1, 2, maybe 3 bounces, and that shit is destroying your performance. It brings 5090s to 30 frames a second on Cyberpunk. And if you get in there and look at Cyberpunk, them graphics are already freaking dated. They're already dated. You look at Cyberpunk, like look at the NPCs and shit, and you're like, wow, dude, this is every time I get in there, I'm like, holy crap, dude, is this like a PlayStation 4 game? Oh yeah, it is a PlayStation 4 game. I'm like, holy crap, dude. I don't see ray tracing as a gimmick. I see it more as a, I mean, it is good, but our hardware right now is nowhere near capable of actually running full on path traced ray tracing. We're far away from that. Dude, you need data centers to actually run like real ray tracing. Like we're barely getting a taste of it, and it's destroying our performance, guys. Whew. Oh yeah, you turn on DLSS and it destroys the like the upscaling ruins your reflections. It adds a lot of noise and all of that. So then they had to bring out the um then they had to bring out the ray reconstruction to fix that. So it breaks just as much as it fixes, but then it's yeah. Daniel Owens will say that games are starting to require ray tracing, but doesn't mention the ones that require ray tracing have run well on AMD so far. Yeah, exactly. Even like, dude, I play. The only thing I don't turn on Star Wars Outlaws on my AMD card is just that the lighting or the Nvidia lighting or whatever, and I can't even turn that shit on a 5070 Ti, bro. I turn it on and boom, there goes the performance. But I can run the other I can run the other ray tracing just fine on both cards. Uh, AMD has fake frames too, right? Yeah, Hyper RX. Yeah, you could turn on both fake frames. 2x. They do. Halder, you can use the regular FSR 3 frame generation and then turn on AMD's fluid motion frames 2 on top of that. And it pretty much gives you the same frame rate that you're getting on the Nvidia GPUs. Yeah, I don't get the whole thing with Daniel Owens, bro. Like that guy really turned into like that. Oh my gosh, dude, he's getting pretty arrogant too now. I mean, being a content creator and seeing like how other content creators react, it's like, oh boy, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's why I always put out content that I want to put out and I don't chase those fads. I don't chase that nonsense. You know, like every time like a game comes out and it shows you the settings, Daniel Owens has got a video for it. Daniel Owens has got a video for all of that stuff. And it's like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. See, I was thinking about getting a B580 Ovi, but to tell you the truth, my friend, I'm not paying $400 for that card. It's supposed to be 250. I want to see a card at 250 for that price range for me to do that because buying it for $400, that pretty much. Oh, Daniel Owens, I don't know. He just turned into one of those DLSS dudes. He's got so many D's in his mouth. No, I'm just joking. Sometimes it feels that way. Crispy. Oh yeah, Indiana Jones runs very well on AMD. Well, I mean, if you try to turn on the new ray tracing, even with FSR 3 in it, oh my gosh, dude, it destroyed. It destroys my performance. Yeah. I don't necessarily think that Daniel Owens is being dishonest, but I think that he I don't know. I don't know. I just man, I started like I had a 7800 XTX or a 7800 XT and a 4070 Super at the same time. And I was testing these two cards, and I kept hearing him always recommending people get a 4070 Super over DLSS. And I was like, why would he keep recommending that? Like, clearly, I'm getting a better experience on the 7800 XT. Like, what? Why does he keep recommending this card? You got to understand that most people are not going to be able to go out and buy both of these GPUs. Okay, so whatever one you buy, you're essentially stuck with. Okay, $600 for 4070 Super, or $550 for a 7800 XT. 7800 XT, you get 16 gigs of VRAM that there prolongs the life of your GPU. You get driver level features like AMD's fluid motion frames. You get FSR3 if you absolutely need upscaling. It works. It's not horrible. It's not great. It's not as good as DLSS can be sometimes, but DLSS can also be bad. So when I'm looking at that and I'm listening to him talk about things like ray tracing on a 4070 Super, I'm like, dude, this doesn't smell right. Like, this doesn't smell right. I have both of these cards and I absolutely prefer 7800 XT every day of the week. So when I hear stuff like that, I'm just like, ooh, boy. That's when I started being like, I don't know if I really trust this Mr. Owens fella anymore. He used to be a lot more, if you go back and watch his earlier stuff, he used to lean a lot more toward AMD. And then all of a sudden he started getting free Nvidia cards. And now all of a sudden he is super critical of AMD all the time. I mean, honestly, guys, I could turn on FSR3 in quality, balanced, even performance, and still enjoy playing those games. So I know that if I can do that, being a bougie graphics whore that I am, I'm pretty sure that most people can do that. I personally find more flaws and issues in DLSS than I ever have in FSR. 5090 used to be a lot smaller too. 250K subs now. Yeah, exactly. When he was a lot smaller, he was a lot more freaking like lenient and nice toward AMD, bro. He was a lot more like, oh yeah, AMD's cool. You can save some money. You can get a. He used to be a lot better. He used to be a lot more. What do they say? Neutral. He used to be a lot more neutral back in the days, but now he is just, yeah. Nvidia bought another DLSS. Yep, exactly, bro. I mean, I get it, bro. If you're getting 5090s for free, you're like, yeah, I'm not rocking this boat. I get it. I get it. Like, I do. I'm not, honestly, Daniel Owens, all these other tech tubers and shit. I mean, like, dude, Hardware Unboxed talking about, like, yeah, I got like 75090s to review. I'm like, dude, you're trying to tell me you guys aren't bought and paid for? Really? You guys are bought and paid for. Like, seriously, bro, 75090s. They could turn around and sell that stuff. They could easily sell those for 40K. 40K, 7 of them, easily. Easily just turn around and be like, yeah, man, I'll sign Hardware Unboxed on this and sell it to you for 10K. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, he's technical and pretty honest. Well, I don't know. I used to think he was pretty honest. I did. I did. That's why at first I watched him. But then after, like, I'm not even joking, Steven. After I bought and physically owned 4070 Super and 7800 XT at the same time, I started being like, wait a minute, dude. Why is this dude recommending people throw money away on a 4070 Super? But then again, most people probably. Okay, here's the thing. Daniel Owens is honest. If you're I mean, I guess I got to look at it from a different point of view. Is there are a lot of people out there that would probably prefer the look that DLSS has. Got to get another cough drop. Well, I'm talking so much, I need more cough drops. Oh. Yeah, I've tried Spider-Man 2 with the 5070 Ti using 4X. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know if it has 4X, bro. I think I might have to like change that in the thing. I haven't tried 4X. I've just turned on what it has not right now. I do need some rest. Dude, I've been sick. I'm surprised I haven't been coughing this whole freaking time, like really, really bad. I mean, yeah. Yesterday it was real bad. Nvidia is way out of control. I think I got COVID again, bro.
What'd you say?
I said I think I got COVID again.
We tested you.
But it feels like COVID, and I know what COVID feels like. COVID sucks. Oh, it's not very fun. The flu never made me feel like this. Well, I hope I don't die. I feel better today than I did yesterday. So maybe I'm going in the right direction. Zycam, vitamin D, and vitamin C. Wait, Jay's a shield too? Dude, let's just put it this way. If you get free 5090s, it's in your best interest to sell Nvidia GPUs. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It's okay. So let's put it this way. Okay. If you got a free 5090, we all agree that 5090 is the best card on the market, right? Like we all agree. We all agree that it is the most powerful, performant card on the market right now. The 5090. It's got 32 gigs of RAM. It is 20,000 CUDA cores. I think, yeah, 20,000 CUDA cores. Like it is the most performant GPU on the market, is it not? If you're getting free 5090s and you have the best experience and you're pumped up, you're hyped up, you're happy about that experience, why would you not be excited about that? You know what I mean? So in their mind, when they're telling you, yeah, Nvidia is the best, they're not technically lying. You know what I mean? Like they're not technically lying to you. Nvidia is the best. They do have the best GPU on the market that you can buy regardless of anything else. So they're not technically lying to anybody. They are 100% being honest that Nvidia is the best. But one could argue that just because they're the best in the top end doesn't mean that they're the best all the way through. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. 27%, that's a lot, dude. That's a lot. That's a lot of percent better. Yeah, if I had a 5090, I would be excited too. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like that's why I've specifically avoided getting a 90 series card is because yeah, dude, once you go Halo, there's no coming back. That's why the Nvidia bros always try to get to a 90 series card because once you get there, you're not giving that up. Like you're not coming down from that. You're not until AMD makes an actual competitor that can pull you away from that. You're stuck at the Nvidia high end. You know what I mean? That's why I've really tried to avoid that top end product. Yeah, I'm staying away from that. Wow, guys, we're almost at 4 freaking hours. I think I'm gonna end it at 4 hours. I'm lazy. Oh, exactly, dude. Once you go at the top, man, there's no coming back down. Like, why would you? Why would you? Then you're just getting an inferior experience. You would pretty much have to downgrade to the same experience that you're already been on for like the last 2 years. Like, what, why would that make sense? Or you'd have to go 2 more years, 3 more years, 4 more. You'd have to go like 6 years on a top end Nvidia experience. I said we'll leave in 4 hours. We got like 20 minutes. 20 more minutes. 20 more minutes. Can you guys hang on for another 20 minutes? Hang out with Froggy for 20 more minutes while we celebrate this AMD day. Celebrating AMD day. I don't know, man. Like if I went 90 series, there'd be no way that I would be coming back down from that. I mean, that's pretty much what I have to do with AMD is go back down to the 90 down to the 9070 is pretty much take a cut in VRAM and then obviously in bus rate, bus width and all that stuff. I'm taking it, but I'm going to keep my 7900 XTX. That card I'm keeping. I'm not going to sell it. I'm going to keep it. Huh. I think Gamers Nexus was probably one of the ones that I was like, yeah, dude, this guy's like I like the way that he was like cuz I guess AMD was asking a lot of content creators what they should do and I think the way that Steve from Gamers Nexus handled it significantly better than freaking Hardware Unboxed being like, yeah, 550 or they're dead. They're dead. 550 or they're dead. And Daniel Owens like jumping right on. He's like, yeah, I want to be like Hardware Unboxed when I grow up. 550. Huh. I'm like, wow, dude. I do think that I think Steve from Hardware Unboxed is pretty, or not Hardware Unboxed, but yeah, I'm gonna get the 79 or 9070 XT for real. Absolutely, absolutely. Uh, just a scuffed Quadro card. Nvidia's like, man, I don't even have to do anything for these guys. I can just give them a little bit more power, throw on some more VRAM, and they'll buy it. And look how much they'll pay for it. He talked to AMD people, and they said that their cards don't sell at 20% off, but sell like hotcakes at 30% off. Yeah, well, I mean, I honestly think that AMD has a significantly bigger um, portion than 10%. I just think that like when you get to them internet cafes and stuff like that, and pre-builts in the low end, they heavily favor Nvidia. We'll just hope they haven't lied about. I don't think they have. I don't know. I mean, there's no reason for them to do that. I think is what AMD should have done was downplayed the performance of their cards. Oh man, I think they should have downplayed it a little bit and then let the reviewers come out and be like, no, these numbers are wrong, man. This 9070 XT is way better. That'd have been funny. Mm. Oh my gosh, guys.
I need to go to bed.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to make it to 60 more minutes, my friends. Chevy, Ford, or Dodge. Chevy equal Nvidia equals Chevy. AMD equal Ford. Intel equal Dodge. I was going to have some. Mm-hmm. A reference card. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if they did make a reference card, but I think that I think that they're I think that the PC or the AIBs actually have the ability to make them cheaper than what AMD would do. So I think it benefits them to not do that, especially with AMD. AMD have always been able to keep their AIBs and their other cards a lot more closer to MSRP though. And they've been able to actually take bigger cuts off of their stuff too. Reviews are coming out on the 5th. It's gonna be a monster. Remember that DF? Yeah, I think FSR4 is gonna do just good enough to be a. It's it's gonna be less about upscaling, and that's the thing. It's like upscaling's getting to a point where it's like already good enough. That's why when I see people complain about FSR3, I'm like, really, guys? It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Like, yeah, obviously you can spot things if you look for them, but for the most part, it does a good job. Like, you guys are literally nitpicking at this point when you're complaining about upscaling. I'm like, you guys are sitting on $1,000 graphics cards complaining about upscaling. Really? Think about that for a moment. Just see people sleeping outside Best Buy. Yeah, I think so too. I just think the profit margins for EVGA were just not worth it anymore. Because now you look at it and you've got Asus $1,600 for an Astral for a 5080. You have all of these AIBs $500 plus over MSRP for these AIBs. Like the margins are so thin that Nvidia is basically just like telling them, look, do whatever you want to do. Nvidia is not even trying to stop it anymore. They just do not care about gamers. Palm tree sparkler? It doesn't matter to me. I'm not looking at palm trees when I'm running down the road, anyways. Are you? How does anybody even play any games if all they're doing is looking at upscalers all day long? My upscaler's better than yours. That's the game they're playing nowadays. It's like upscalers are better. My upscaler's better than your upscaler. People don't even play games anymore. That's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, man. Mm. Huh. Oh. But it was funny. Oh yeah, people talking about the sparkler trees. AMD should have downplayed their performance numbers and lower the prices to $399 and $499 at launch. Reviews would have been stellar, and then raise the prices to $549 due to tariffs. Oh, I know, huh? That would have been funny. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is pretty good. Once after I was like irritated with it up until like the golden saucer. After the golden saucer, I was like, yeah, it gets really good after that. Really good. I was like, this is absolutely incredible. Going to be at MSRP anyway? Yeah, maybe. I know that Power Cooler and XFX are committed to bringing cards at MSRP. 19 hours in? Nice. Nice. Yeah, I want to play more Avowed too. Nice. Yep, I'm gonna be leaving here in about 9 or 8 minutes. 8 minutos. I want to try to get to at least 4 hours. Maybe we'll do the same thing next Friday. Do a 4 hour stream. Hasta la vista, babies. Avowed is a joke. Well, you don't like Avowed? I've got about, let me check. How many hours into Avowed do I have? Whew, 5 hours. 5 hours into Avowed. 2 hours into Monster Hunter. Ninja Gaiden, I got 4 hours. 7 minutes into Sancticide. Sniper Elite, I got 5 hours. Tokyo Extreme Racer, I got 18 hours. Settle Course of Evo, I got 9 hours. Rebirth, 15 hours. Kingdom Come Deliverance, 7 hours. Spider-Man 2, 10 hours. Wow. That's pitiful. That is sure pitiful. Actually, I haven't been doing lives a lot. I just decided to go live tonight. I've been spacing them out like way far just because they were getting pretty heated for a while. I have to put myself in a good state of mind before I even go live. It just sometimes it gets really annoying to deal with some of the stuff. And I'm trying to move away from that whole fanboy demented stuff. Oh, 8 years. I've got a long time in BDO too, man. All of my time was on the Xbox version. I put over 18, 19 days or 20 days. I think it was 20 freaking plus days on the Xbox version. And then I've been trying to get back into it on PC, but I'm just like, gosh, I was so invested. I was so invested on the Xbox version that I spent all that money and then trying to go over to PC and you have to spend all that money again. I started playing it just before I started playing when it came to console, and then during the switch from Xbox One X to Series X, and then PC, and started the channel right after the new consoles came out within like a few months of getting the new consoles. I started the channel, so I just kind of fell off. I stopped playing Black Desert. I want to get back into it. I would love to get back into it, but I don't know. I feel like I'm so far removed from the overall experience that it's really hard to refocus that energy. Start thinking about going AFK, and I'm like, oh, yeah. I'm trying to find it on my thing to see how many hours I put into it. I know it's not that far down. It can't be. It's got to be up here somewhere. I think I've recently played it on here. Downloaded a whole bunch of these games. Oh, yeah. I don't know, man. I had like 20. Oh, there it is. Black Desert. Stats. Yeah, 20 days, 8 hours. Yeah. I put a lot of time in there. I would come home and I'd play it after work and stuff. It was pretty cool, man. I spent well over like $600-700 on that game, man. Oh my gosh. So many dollars. So many dollars. I just kind of wish that they would upgrade the visuals. Kind of wish that they would like upgrade them for like now, you know? Because that's such a beautiful world. Oh, yeah, I really don't play a lot of games that much lately. Actually, I beat more games last year than I had any year since I started playing or started doing the channel. That first couple of years, the first year I still beating games. The second year I didn't beat really any games. I was like, oh my gosh, dude. The third year I was starting to try to play a little more, but then last year I beat a lot more games. Mm, I tried to I try to finish them. It's hard, you know. Like I if I was getting the games like a week or so before they came out, then I could definitely focus that time on them. But when a game comes out, if everybody goes negative on it, then it's just like, what's the point? What's the point, dude? Because then you put out your content and people are just bashing it, and it's like whatever, you know. I would rather just enjoy the games at my own leisure. Because when I get that hair up my butt to jump on and play one of those games, I'm gonna play it for hours. Um, just because I'm got a lot more I got, a lot more responsibility at work lately at my real job and stuff like that, and then doing content and stuff, and just having the time to actually sit down and play has just been a little bit harder. It's hard. It's always been hard for me to like come home from work and like sit and play games. I mean, I can, but well, this year it's just been there's I mean, if you look at the games that came out this year, we're talking Avowed. That's a long game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, long game. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, long game. Marvel Spider-Man 2 is a pretty short one. Monster Hunter Wilds, long game. Ninja Gaiden 2, short game. Sniper Elite Resistance, short game. I mean, like most of the games that have come out this year are pretty long. So it's like being able to sit down and like play through them. If I would have gotten, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 a month early, like other reviewers, I would have been able to finish that and the, I would have put out the content. But seeing as all these games launched so close, I was like, dang, dude, you should live stream when you get the 9070 XT. Yeah, possibly. I could possibly do that. 120 hours in Indiana Jones. Oh yeah, I forgot about that game too. Like I bought that game too, and so some of them are on the Xbox store. Oh, I wish I would have bought that. I would. I'm gonna start just buying all of them on Steam, dude, because it's easier to just put them all in the 2025 category or whatever. So hard is on hard is brutal. Oh yeah, dude, I'm just playing it on normal. Uh, Stick to one or two games at a time. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Films of late, yeah, I haven't been watching a lot of TV at all. So, oh, all right, my friends. Well, we have made it to our 4 hours. Thank you guys for coming. Try to do this again next Friday around the same time. If you guys are interested in that, that'd be awesome. I'd love to hang out with you guys again. So we'll see you guys then. Hopefully next Friday is the day we get our 9070 XTs, and I'll be able to do a live stream and talk about it. So we'll see you guys later.